That afternoon, it didn't pour. It was the kind of rain that hung heavy in the air, each drop falling like a sigh from the sky, quiet, persistent, unwilling to let go. The canopy above Lyra's gate cast a gray shadow over the water-smeared pavement, and the soaked leaves huddled close to one another, as if trying to borrow warmth from their own kind. Inside, Lyra sat at the wooden table by the kitchen window. The chair beneath her wobbled faintly, creaking with every shift of her weight. A familiar sound she no longer found bothersome, just another part of the house now, like the dim yellow porch light or the chipped teacup she still used, crack and all. Her hand circled slowly around a plain white mug filled with leftover broth from yesterday's pork ribs. Lightly seasoned. Not quite a meal, just a habit left over from the days when there were still 2 people at the table. Her husband, Ethan, had been gone for 3 years now, a car accident on a hill road as he was driving home from the station. He had been a security officer working with a K-9 unit. There were no conspiracies, no unresolved questions, only fate, cruel and sudden, cutting short a promise that still lingered in his eyes. After the funeral, the house fell silent. No footsteps in wet boots, no scent of his rain-damp coat, no jingling leash echoing from the hallway. She stayed. Not because she couldn't leave, but because she no longer knew where else to go. That day, the rain had made the back door swell slightly in its frame. Lyra stepped onto the porch, her long cardigan brushing the damp brick step. She held a dry towel in her hand, though she had no intention of drying anything. It was just something to hold, something for her hands to do when her heart didn't know what else to feel. And then she saw it. The dog stood just outside the iron gate. It didn't bark. It didn't whimper. It simply stood there, large, rain-darkened, its black fur matted and heavy with water, ears pricked in silent alert. But what held Lyra's gaze was its eyes, calm, not panicked, not pleading, just steady. Steady in a way that made the moment feel stiller than the rain. Its legs trembled from the cold, ribs visible beneath its damp coat, but there was no sign of desperation, no trace of surrender. She looked around. No collar, no owner. A stray? It didn't seem so. Strays usually stagger, twitch with nerves. But this one stood like it was waiting for a command, or a name. Lyra didn't step outside. She just stayed behind the window pane, watching through the thin curtain. The drizzle still came down like a mist of smoke, the kind of rain that creeps under your skin without needing wind. And yet, the dog never moved. After a while, she turned back into the kitchen. She filled a ceramic bowl with the broth and a few scraps of ribs, added some leftover rice, and walked slowly to the gate. The dog didn't flinch. Its deep brown eyes tracked her every motion, unmoving, unwavering. Waiting. But it was a kind of waiting that asked for nothing. She placed the bowl just inside the gate, under the slanted porch roof, so the rain wouldn't spoil it. She said nothing, just watched. Then turned and walked back inside. The moment the door clicked shut, she missed the way the dog crept forward, one cautious step at a time, head bowed low. Not ravenous, not noisy, just careful. Every motion deliberate, as if it feared disturbing the fragile quiet between itself and the woman who had opened her heart, without a word. That night, Lyra stayed awake longer than usual. She lay in bed, staring at the ceiling fan as it turned lazily above. The rain kept falling, and the soft golden light from the kitchen gave the room a fragile kind of warmth. Warm, but not enough to anchor her thoughts. They drifted, unmoored. She thought about the dog, about those eyes, how they reminded her, of the way Ethan used to look at the old K-9s in his unit. Not as dogs, as partners, as silent witnesses to things unspeakable. The next morning, when Lyra opened the kitchen door to grab the milk bottle left outside, the first thing she saw was a pair of upright ears. Still him, sitting on the porch, unmoving. No longer shivering, though the pavement was still wet. No leash, no tether, no barking, no wagging. Just watching her. Those eyes again, deeper now, as if something had shifted inside them. As if he knew who she was. As if, somehow, she needed to remember who she had been. Lyra didn't say a word. She stood frozen, fingers still wrapped around the bottle, cap untouched. For a moment, the world held no sound, only a breeze from behind, sweeping across the porch, carrying the scent of damp earth and fresh grass, the musk of wet fur, and something else. Something that didn't have a name, but stung her eyes with the kind of ache you couldn't explain. The sky hadn't cleared just yet. Morning light tiptoed across the treetops outside the window, a soft, milky gray glow that didn't assert itself, didn't fully arrive. The air still held the breath of last night's rain, cool and clinging to the wooden floor like a whisper, a quiet reminder that the night had not fully left the corners of the house. Lyra stood in the kitchen, yesterday's cardigan still draped over her shoulders. Steam rose from the cup of tea in her hand, fogging the glass door in front of her. She didn't open it. She didn't need to. Even through the blur, she knew he had come back. But this time, not alone. The dog sat upright on the porch, still as a statue cast in flesh. His fur was damp, but his eyes were clear. Beside him, something had been placed with care, wrapped in a piece of dark blue fabric, frayed at the edges, slightly wet. And nestled within that fabric, trembling faintly, was a tiny creature. A pup, barely old enough to walk, fur a blend of gold and tan, head pressed into the larger dog's side like it was seeking the last warmth the world had to offer. Lyra opened the door, her fingers instinctively tightening around her cup as if for anchor. She stepped out, not too fast, but not hesitating either. Each footstep felt like it broke the delicate silence that had settled over the porch. The larger dog looked up at her, unmoving. Just looking. And this time, there was something else in his gaze, a layer deeper, as if he had come not to ask, but to give. As Lyra drew near, the dog leaned to the side, just enough for her to kneel without startling the pup. The cloth was damp, but the stitching was still visible. Not just any fabric. She recognized it instantly. It was part of a police uniform. The buttons, the embroidery, even the faint scent of the fibers carried her back to the days when Ethan would come home in that same dusty jacket, laughter still clinging to his shoulders. She unfolded the cloth carefully. The puppy gave a soft whimper, not out of fear, but exhaustion. Its belly was still wet. And then, tucked deep in the fold of that uniform scrap, she saw it. A badge. Worn, dulled by time, but unmistakable. New Haven Ridge Police, badge number 40,762. And on the back, engraved where only someone from the force would know to look, a name, M. Thorne. Lyra sank to the porch step, the cloth slipping from her fingers, her hand now clutching the badge. The cold metal lines dug into her skin, dragging her thoughts back 5 years, to a doorway, a laugh, and the last time she saw Mason Thorne, Ethan's closest friend, smiling and raising 2 fingers in a soldier's salute like an inside joke only the 2 of them understood. Mason. Young, relentless, assigned to special operations from the start. He had worked with Ethan and the K-9 unit on every kind of case. He called Lyra sis-in-law long after she'd been officially married. Then one day, he was gone. No funeral, no confirmation, just a line from headquarters. Officer Thorne went missing during active investigation. No body recovered. Ethan died not long after that. Lyra had tried to erase Mason's name from old photographs, from conversations she couldn't bear to finish. But now, right here, in her hands, his badge had found its way back, wrapped in a piece of uniform and carried by a dog that no longer felt like a stranger. She looked at the dog. He was looking back, unblinking, unwavering. "You knew him!" Her voice cracked like old wood. "Where did you come from? Why bring this to me?" The dog didn't answer, but the stillness in his eyes, the weight in that silence, it was not the gaze of a stray. It was something older, something that had carried a task through rain and time, waited for the moment when someone, anyone who still remembered Mason, who still believed, who still listened, would open their door. Lyra bent down and lifted the pup into her arms. It was feather light, thin as a twig soaked through the night. But it breathed. It lived. Every beat of its small heart spoke of survival, of a promise not broken. Someone, something, had not abandoned it. She rose slowly, cradling the pup close, then turned toward the larger dog. "If you brought this to me, you're not just a dog." The dog tilted his head, ears twitching. Then, without stepping forward, he pulled back slightly, resuming the exact position he'd held the day before on her porch, neither asking to come in nor preparing to leave. As if waiting, simply, to see what she would do next. Lyra stepped inside. The door closed behind her. In the kitchen, she laid a soft towel on the counter, dried the pup gently, then placed it on Rosie's old bed. Rosie, Ethan's German shepherd, long gone now. She washed the badge, placed it on the table, where its weathered metal gleamed under the dim light like it still had something left to say. Her fingers trailed along the edge of the uniform fabric, following each thread. Some questions don't stay buried forever. Some doors only open when it's time to remember. And some stories don't end. They wait. Morning began to take clearer shape on the moss-covered roof outside. The first sunlight after days of rain paused at the window ledge, casting a quiet glow across the wooden table where Lyra sat. Right there, between an untouched pot of tea and a silver badge, still faintly damp from the night before. She had dried it, but the tiny scratches remained. And even so, the angled light of morning was enough to reveal a line of text, sharp, deliberate, as if it had always been there, simply waiting for the right moment to be read again. "Miss Thorne." Lyra rested 2 fingers against the edge of the metal. The chill seeped into her palm, but her mind burned hot with recognition. Mason Thorne. A name not spoken in years returned quicker than breath. She remembered his low laugh, tall and lean frame, eyes that always lit up when he talked about cases he was too excited to keep to himself. Cases so risky, even Ethan would shake his head, half exasperated, half proud. They had once been an odd trio, 2 men always coming home late, and 1 woman who waited beside cooling dinners, never once complaining. Memories don't vanish. They just retreat into corners where we store what's too precious to confront each day. Lyra pressed a hand to her forehead. Part of her wanted to believe it was coincidence, that a badge with the name Mason could have belonged to someone else, that the dog might have just picked it up somewhere. But her silence, that very silence inside her, answered for her. She stood, walked to the window. The dog was still there, sitting, watching, stone still. The pup now slept in the living room, curled on Rosie's old bed. Its small chest rose and fell in soft rhythm, like it was dreaming of something only it could understand. Lyra opened the door. The dog looked up but didn't move, just waited. She exhaled slowly, stepped out, and sat down beside him on the porch steps. "You knew Mason, didn't you?" she asked, softly, like any louder might shatter the moment. The dog didn't respond. but in his eyes, something stirred, something too deep to be ignored. It wasn't the look of hunger, nor fear. It was the gaze of one who had seen too much and carried more than most could bear. Lyra didn't expect him to speak, but she needed to call him something, because clearly this wasn't just a stray. You brought a life here, a memory of someone long gone, and now you sit as if waiting for something. You don't leave. You don't ask. Her voice was barely a whisper. The rain had ended last night. Now the air held the scent of cut grass, wet wood, and soil, blended into the kind of morning that felt like stepping into a memory you never thought would return. In that space, Lyra reached out and gently touched the dog's head. He didn't flinch. Instead, he tilted slightly, just enough for her to feel the warmth pulsing beneath his cold, rain-damp fur. "Do you have a name?" she asked with a small smile. The dog kept watching, his gaze unchanged. Lyra met his eyes, not as one would with an animal, but with a witness, a remnant, something left behind from something much larger. She whispered more to herself than to him, "Valor." The dog didn't react. Not at first, but when she repeated it, firmer this time, "Valor. From now on, your name is Valor." His ears twitched. Whether it was the sound or the weight of that name, she couldn't tell. But Lyra knew a name is a sacred thing, especially for those who have never been called or who have had that right taken away. "Not because you're a hero," she added, voice steadier now, "but because you chose to carry what others left behind." There was a moment, small but real, when Valor's eyes softened just for a beat. Then he turned his head and lay down on the wooden porch, resting it near her feet. A quiet gesture, a kind of agreement. Lyra sat beside him, her hand resting lightly on his back. The morning breeze passed through, carrying with it a scent she hadn't felt in years, the one from Ethan's uniform after long shifts. The one she had tried so hard to scrub out but never could, because it wasn't the fabric. It was presence. She looked out across the yard, once just a quiet garden. Now it felt like the beginning of something she had once buried along with Ethan's coffin, along with death notices and the hollow handshake of his commanding officer. But the name Mason Thorne had returned, not in memory, but in reality, in the form of a real badge, a living pup, and a dog named Valor, clearly sent here for more than chance. Lyra let out a long breath, not from exhaustion, but from something inside her waking up, an old instinct frozen by grief, now slowly warming. A missing piece from what Ethan had never had the time to explain. A truth, or a message, had found its way back, not by letter, not by words, but through a gaze that didn't look away, and a silence too heavy to ignore. And Lyra knew, in that moment, she was no longer alone in this old house. Midday arrived earlier than usual. The rare winter sunlight pierced through rain-laced leaves, scattering flecks of gold across the cold front yard, like someone had dropped pieces of memory onto the damp earth. Inside, Lyra was laying a thin blanket on the living room floor. The pup, whom she had begun calling Scout, was curled up fast asleep, tiny legs twitching gently as if chasing something in a dream. Valor still lay quietly on the porch, his gaze fixed on the front door as though every movement inside the house was being silently recorded. There was something about his stillness that kept drawing Lyra's eyes back, not out of suspicion, but because deep down she knew. He wasn't just here for shelter. When she stepped outside to check the injury on his rear leg, she saw it. Right at his left ankle, hidden beneath wet fur and dried mud, was a narrow gray fabric strip, knotted carefully and tucked so deep into his coat that it was almost invisible. The cloth was soaked, The mud baked into a dark crust, but the knot was intact, tight and deliberate, like someone had made sure it wouldn't fall off, no matter how far he traveled. "All right," Lyra whispered as she knelt beside him. "Let me see." Valor didn't resist. When her fingers touched his leg, he simply lifted it, calm, practiced, as if this wasn't the first time someone had treated him like a soldier, not a stray. She untied the knot, and there, tucked neatly inside, was something that made her stop breathing for a second. A small USB drive, aluminum body, flip-top, sealed with transparent tape, and printed in small slanted letters along the edge, MT-17A. Lyra stood still, heart pounding in her chest like a warning drum. She cradled the USB in her palm and looked at Valor. This time, not as a dog, but as a messenger. One sent from somewhere beyond time or distance, where words meant nothing, but loyalty survived. The old laptop sat on a desk in the bedroom, barely touched since her son had left home. She wiped the dust from the keys and plugged in the drive. A soft chime. One folder appeared. For her, she clicked. Inside was a single video file, labeled clearly, Video 01-2 weeks before. She opened it. The screen flickered, then steadied. The image was grainy. The audio hissed faintly, but the face that came into view, there was no mistaking it. Mason Thorne. Sitting slightly sideways, dark circles under his eyes, shirt wrinkled, and a tired but genuine smile hovering on his lips. "If you're watching this," his voice came through, "then I'm probably not around anymore." Lyra didn't blink. The way he nodded, the furrow in his brow, the way his fingers tapped once against his knee. It was him. Every piece of it. "I can't say much. Time's running short, and I don't know who I can trust. But if it's you, Lyra, then I believe you'll understand." He looked directly into the lens. A long pause. "You always listened to us. Me and Ethan. You never needed proof. You just needed to feel that something was true. And I need you to believe again, because this time, it's bigger than anything I've ever known." Lyra pressed her hand flat on the desk. Her lips parted, but no sound came. On screen, Mason looked down briefly, choosing his next words. "I'm being watched, not by criminals, by people inside the system. We were assigned to an operation. No name, no records, no support. Just me, Rook, and one order." Lyra's head snapped up. "Rook!" She turned toward the door. Valor was still lying there, gaze steady, unreadable. They never called him Rook outside the mission. On paper, he's just K9 Unit 227. But I know who he is. And now you do too. Valor is Rook? The video continued. "I can't explain it all, but if I don't make it back, Rook knows the way. I trained him myself. He knows where to go, who to find. Everything I have, everything, is in that USB. He carried it. Miles. Just to get to the one person who might still believe. So please, Lyra, don't ignore this." The video ended not with a gunshot or a scream, just a faint sigh, then a flicker of light. And silence. Lyra sat frozen. Her hand still hovered over the mouse, unmoving. A single tear slid down her cheek. Not from grief, but because it was too much to name. Rook. No, Valor had carried more than a memory. He had carried survival. And it wasn't over. Next to the video file was a Word document. Title: Project Havenfall. First Traces. She opened it. Just the first paragraph, but enough to start assembling a puzzle she didn't even know she had. Havenfall is not a rescue mission. It is a classified protocol designed to utilize K9 units as undetectable data couriers. Each dog is a living hard drive, programmed to carry memory, evidence, and sometimes the crimes of those who created them. Lyra slammed the laptop shut. She stood abruptly, walked out to the porch. Valor lifted his head. She didn't know what to say. Not right away. But after a moment she knelt down, laid her hand gently against his brow. Her lips trembled. "You kept your promise." Lyra sat back down at the old table. The window was cracked open, and the late winter sun had shifted just enough to land on the corner of the screen, right where the folder named Project Haven Fall had just been unzipped. She placed her fingers on the mouse, but didn't click. Her heart beat slowly, deliberately, like a clock newly wound. Not out of fear, but from the quiet realization that she was no longer standing outside this story. In front of her was a witness, not a document, not a living operative, not some stranger knocking at midnight, but a dog. No, Valor. He was lying near the door, head resting between his front paws, eyes still open. Not asleep, not alert, just present. His gaze didn't blink often. It didn't shift. It didn't shy away, as if he was used to being watched and waiting for others to finally understand. Lyra took a breath, then opened the second video. Mason appeared again, this time in a worn t-shirt, leaning against a cracked concrete wall, a faint stain on one shoulder. His voice was rougher, lower. "If you're seeing this, then Rook, now Valor, made it. Trust me, he always knew the way." Lyra's throat tightened. "I couldn't get anything out of that compound. No files, no drives. Only one way, embedded into him. I know it sounds insane, but they wired Valor with a biological buffer, designed to temporarily hold data in neural tissue. I isolated a sample, encrypted it, and stored it on a chip. Then tied it to his leg, like you saw. He remembers everything. Not like we do, but he doesn't forget routes, or faces, or the sound of a gunshot. He is the last living witness to Project Havenfall." Lyra froze. Her heart pounded hard in her chest, but her hand stayed on the mouse. She glanced toward the door. Valor was still watching the screen. He didn't need to see it to know. But his gaze, that deep, still water, was beginning to break her open. "If I disappear," Mason continued, "then it means I went too far, dug too deep. And if Rook found you, then that proves one thing. He's more loyal than anyone I've ever known. Maybe he's the last part of Ethan left out there." Lyra let go of the mouse. Her eyes had been stinging for a while now, but this time the tears fell. Real, heavy, hot, not for Mason, for Ethan, because his name wasn't part of a memory anymore. It had been spoken like it was still alive, alive through this dog, alive through every unspoken moment Valor had carried, through forests, through silence, through time. Lyra rose. She walked to the door. She didn't call him. She simply sat beside Valor on the porch. One hand gently rested on his shoulder, where his fur had started to dry and fray from rain and time. "He said you're what's left of Ethan." Valor didn't move, but Lyra felt it, a subtle shift under her hand, like a deep breath, like memory waking up. "You're not just Mason's dog," she whispered. "You're a part of my husband's memory, too." Lyra wept, not with sobs or sound, just quiet tears falling like rain on soil too dry for too long. No need for arms to hold her, because Valor's presence was enough. A silent touch, a gaze that didn't look away. She leaned her head gently against his shoulder. And for the first time in 3 years, she allowed herself to feel weak without shame. Inside, Scout slept soundly. Outside, the sun had risen. The world around her remained still. But something inside Lyra had shifted. She was no longer the grieving widow keeping house for the dead. She wasn't just the woman who stayed behind. She was being called back, by something unexpected, by a creature who remembered the way, and everything the world tried to forget. In the end, it wasn't the data that made her believe. Not the reports, not Mason's warning. It was the eyes of a dog, eyes that had never learned how to lie. Selwood Ridge wasn't a big town, but the things buried here always went deep. That afternoon, Lyra drove across the old iron bridge that connected the two districts. On one side, the town's former police headquarters. On the other, the Judicial Administration Quarter. At the far end stood the Office of Justice Records, a moss-covered 3-story building with chipped stone steps and a faded silver sticker across the glass door. Archives. Unauthorized entry prohibited. Lyra pushed the door open. The air inside was cold. It smelled of damp paper, aging plastic, and the faint traces of instant coffee left in a thermal mug forgotten on the desk. At the very back, surrounded by towering shelves of files, was a single lit desk. Sitting there was Sage Monroe, same neatly tied low bun, same silver-framed glasses, same upright posture, like she was still seated in an active task force meeting. But something had changed. Her eyes, deeper, quieter, and calm in a way that felt dangerous. Lyra walked slowly toward her. Sage looked up, her gaze sharp, but not cold. It only took a second before that edge softened. Lyra? I thought I'd never hear that name again. Lyra nodded, then pulled the USB from her coat pocket and placed it on the desk. We need to talk about Mason. Sage didn't move, but her jaw tightened ever so slightly. Are you sure? Her voice wasn't loud, but it sliced through the room like a scalpel. He's not dead, Lyra said evenly. At least, not from an accident. Sage took off her glasses, laid them down. You know why I got pushed out here? She asked, but didn't wait for an answer. Because I told them Mason didn't disappear by accident. I reported inconsistencies. I requested a reinvestigation. And 3 weeks later they reassigned me, from special investigations to guarding paper records. Lyra didn't react outwardly, but inside, respect was building. Sage exhaled, then reached into the desk drawer and pulled out a weathered folder, thin, edges frayed. She placed it on the desk, the label scrawled across the front in faded ink. Temp file, 227, K9/MT. This is everything I managed to salvage. They purged the system, but I scanned a few things before losing access. Lyra opened the folder. Inside were photos of messages, deployment logs, location schematics. One thing tied them all together. Mason's name was redacted, replaced by a code. And K9 Rook was listed as missing, with no death record. Rook, Sage murmured. I knew him when he was just a trainee. Mason told me that if anything ever happened, Rook would know how to get back. Lyra looked up. Their eyes met. He came back, Lyra said softly, and he brought everything. Sage powered on the computer, plugged in the USB. When Mason's video began to play, the light from the screen reflected on her face. And in that instant, every emotion she had buried cracked open. She didn't cry, but her hand clenched the edge of the desk. Then came Mason's words. If I don't make it back, Rook will carry it all, and if anyone can connect the pieces, it's Lyra and maybe her. Sage paused the video. Her is me? She asked softly. Lyra nodded. Sage closed her eyes briefly, then opened them, and in that moment, something reignited behind them. A fire that had never truly gone out. Then we don't have time to waste. Are you still afraid? Lyra asked, barely above a whisper. Sage stood, buttoned her coat. I was never afraid, just pushed far enough for them to think I forgot the way back. She grabbed her car keys from the drawer. Where do we start? Lyra asked. Sage met her gaze, clear, unflinching. Where they thought no one would ever return, the southern woods, where Mason was last reported missing. Lyra followed. Her hands trembled slightly, but inside her, Something was solidifying. There are still people who dare, even when the world tries to silence them. And now, she was no longer alone. Sage's car rumbled steadily over the gravel-lined dirt road, winding between rows of ancient pine. The engine's low hum felt like a heartbeat, steady against a rising current of unease neither of them dared name. In the back seat, Valor sat upright, his head held high, ears twitching with every shift of the wind. His eyes never left the window, not out of curiosity, but focus, as if these roads had never faded from his mind. Not after 5 years. Not after seasons changed a dozen times. Lyra sat in silence beside Sage. In her lap, she held the printed coordinates from the USB, scattered notes Mason had left behind in his final logs. Sector C, Southern Auxiliary Path. GPS marker, 34.7093, negative 83.9874 edge of forest, where signal ends. It was the last line Mason wrote in log 3. Almost there, Sage said, eyes fixed on the road. They claimed this area was sealed off for unstable terrain, but I never saw a single geological report to back that up. We're heading back to the place they thought no one would ever return to, Lyra murmured. Sage nodded. No more words were needed. The road narrowed. Grass began to grow between the tire tracks. The GPS dots disappeared one by one. Cell signal had dropped 10 minutes ago. This is where the map ends, Sage said as she stopped beside a collapsed, rusted gate. From here on, it's faith. They stepped out. Lyra tightened the strap of her crossbody pack. Inside, the printed notes, water, a flashlight. Sage carried a compact handgun, permit still valid. But both women knew, in these woods, law had long since eroded. Valor didn't wait for a command. He walked ahead, slow, sure. The moss-covered trail wove through tangled roots and damp earth, winding deep into the woods like an old vein never fully closed. No one spoke at first. Their footsteps became part of the forest's breath, leaves crunching, wind threading through branches, distant calls of birds overhead. Lyra kept close to Sage, but her eyes never left Valor. Roughly 40 minutes in, he stopped. Still, muscles taut, head bowed slightly, ears raised, eyes fixed on a clearing ahead, where trees began to thin and light pooled across a shallow dip in the land. Sage switched on her flashlight, though daylight was enough. She moved forward slowly. Lyra followed, heart pounding. Then they saw it, a hollowed patch of earth, small, shadowed, framed by moss-covered stones. In the center, a rough mound of dirt, no marker, no name, no stakes, just a few uneven rocks stacked loosely, as if buried in haste. Valor didn't cross the threshold. He sat down just outside the edge, unmoving, eyes locked on the mound. Lyra knelt beside it. Her knees touched the soft soil. Her hands trembled as she brushed away the dry leaves. A sliver of dark-stained fabric appeared. Old, frayed, navy blue, the unmistakable color of a police uniform. Sage knelt beside her, quietly removing one rock after another. No words, no fear. Just the hands of someone who had waited too long for this day to come. A small clink broke the silence. The last stone slid off to reveal a rusted circular object. Sage leaned in, lifted it carefully. A badge, scratched, faded. But when she wiped it clean with her sleeve, the lettering re-emerged. A. Dunley, Marlow County Sheriff's Department. Lyra looked up. That name, Sage nodded. Reported missing, 2 years after Mason, different county. No evidence of connection, but I always knew. It wasn't just a lost hiker. She turned to Valor. You remembered everything, she whispered. Valor didn't move, but his eyes, deeper, sadder, more resolute than ever. Lyra touched Sage's shoulder. "We haven't just found Mason," she said. "We've uncovered the first layer of something they buried alive." Sage placed the Dunley badge into a waterproof pouch. "We have to report this," she said. "But not from here. We need to get out of the woods. Send it to someone we can trust inside the system." She stood, but before turning, she bowed her head to the grave. "We're here," she whispered, "and this time, we won't be silent." On the walk back, Valor took the rear. He wasn't leading anymore. Now he was watching over them, because for the world, this place was the final mark on the map. But for him, it was only the beginning. None of them said much on the way back from the forest. The SUV eased into Selwood Ridge just as the evening sun spilled red over the surface of Ridgewater Lake. The scent of wet earth, sweat, and time clung to their clothes, but no one thought of changing. The badge, Officer Dunley's, rested on the center of Lyra's kitchen table. Under the yellow light, its scratched metal caught the glow like a relic from another world, a place where truth once survived, until it was forced into silence. Sage picked up the badge again, her fingers grazing the number etched on the back. 246-Marlow County PD. "Alan Dunley," she murmured. "Went missing in 2020. No partner. No link to Mason. At least not on paper." Lyra was at her laptop, accessing the open database using an old police access card Sage had managed to keep. All that remained was a sparse file. Name: Alan R. Dunley Rank. Tier 2 investigator last seen, September 17th, 2020. Status: missing in action. Solo operation. Note: no backup unit, no assigned partner. Lyra scrolled to the final section. Every file had it. Deployment details, the section that listed orders from command, communications logs, and operation codes. This one was completely empty. No timestamps, no mission codes. Just blank space. Sage frowned, tilted her head. "That's not possible. Even solo missions require coded orders." She reached into her pack and pulled out a portable hard drive. "This is from when I still had access. I backed up the old command archive, quietly, before they reassigned me." Plugging it in, she opened a custom-built decoder, rudimentary but functional. A technician friend had helped her create it back when she still worked with task forces. A few moments later, a list of archived deployment codes loaded. Sage entered the first query. Dunley plus 2021 result. Then the next. Thorn plus 2021 result. Not 2, not 3, exactly 1 each, and both pointed to the same operation. Sage scrolled, her finger hovering over the details. Oak at Heaven 17, a temporary joint assignment. Thorn, Dunley. Objective: retrieval of unregistered data pathways. Active window: 10 days zone, intercounty border. Selwood and Marlow districts authorized by RORE Major. Privileged access. "No way," Lyra whispered. "They worked together?" "Not officially," Sage replied, eyes fixed on the screen. "But this mission was buried. It doesn't exist in standard archives. This code lives on a parallel log, hidden. They scrubbed every connection." "But not deep enough to escape your offline backup," Lyra said with a faint smile. For the first time in days, a glimmer of light. Sage didn't smile back. Her eyes lingered on 17A and the codename, Heavenfall. Then slowly, her gaze drifted to Valor, who lay curled beside Scout, eyes still open as always. "He knows," she said quietly. "Valor saw it all." Lyra nodded, remembering Mason's voice in the clip. "He remembers everything, not like us, but the roads, the lights, the gunfire. None of it fades from him. We can rebuild their path from this," Sage added. "Cross-reference their coordinates, timestamps, deployments. There are pattern points, overlapping movements we can trace." Lyra zoomed into the regional forest map. Using fragments from the files, they marked at least 3 convergence points, each along the county border, all within a few miles of where Dunley had been buried. "Maybe they uncovered something," Lyra said. "Something that got them removed." Sage didn't reply. She opened another file from the archive, an executive-level deployment ledger from 2019 to 2021. She traced the approval code from the Heavenfall order, RORE.MAJOR. Lyra immediately recognized the name. "Eli Rohr," she said quietly. "Ethan mentioned him once, used to lead the Southern Special Operations Division." "The ghost signature," Sage nodded. "Never appeared in field reports, but always listed in final authorizations. And now he's the last one to sign off on the mission that sent both Mason and Dunley out there." Both women turned to look at the badge again. Still, silent, but somehow still radiating something unresolved. Lyra clenched her fist. "What do we do next?" Sage didn't hesitate. "Find someone who served under Rohr, someone who still remembers." The kitchen light flickered overhead. Outside the window, the wind had shifted, season's edge creeping in. But what stirred in the eyes of those 2 women wasn't weather. It was truth, beginning to move. Near midnight. Lyra's house was so quiet that even the wind slipping through the window frame sounded like the whisper of things left unsaid. Scout was curled up in a small blanket by the fireplace, fast asleep. Valor lay near the front door, not sleeping. His eyes, as always, remained open, fixed on the darkness beyond the wooden frame. Lyra sat at the kitchen table, hands wrapped around a cooling cup of tea. Sage was in the living room, transferring encrypted files from the hard drive to an offline copy. Precaution against any breach. They'd discussed forwarding the evidence to someone trustworthy, but hadn't yet decided who was safe enough to receive it. Lyra was about to stand and clean up when 3 knocks. Not fast, not soft, clear, low, deliberate. Both women froze. Valor stood before either of them moved. He didn't bark, he just rose, rigid as stone, his eyes sharpening into something like recognition, not curiosity, not threat assessment, recognition. Lyra met Sage's gaze. No words. Sage stepped quietly to a wooden cabinet and pulled out a small device, no bigger than a music player. She flicked a switch. A red light blinked. She set it on the table near the door, somewhere it wouldn't be noticed. 3 knocks again, louder this time. Lyra stepped forward, hand resting on the latch. Her heart beat slow but heavy, not from fear, but from knowing this moment had arrived. Sage stood behind her, ready. Lyra cracked the door open. A man stood on the porch. Mid-50s, long gray overcoat, collar turned up, buttoned tight. No badge, no ID, hair silver and perfectly combed, face clean. Too clean. So clean it left no impression at all. His eyes weren't sharp, but they were awake. "Apologies for the late hour," he said, his voice calm, level, but utterly devoid of warmth. "I'm looking for a dog, large, shepherd type. Name's Valor. He may be here." Lyra didn't respond. The man smiled. His eyes didn't. "He's government property. A prototype from the Havenfall program. Lost during a classified operation some years ago. I'm here to retrieve him." Behind her, Sage kept her distance. One hand rested near her waist, where her concealed weapon was holstered. The other held a phone, quietly recording. Lyra looked the man in the eye. "Do you have any documentation proving a connection between this dog and the government?" she asked calmly. The man's smile twitched at the corners. "I don't think you grasp the sensitivity of this matter." "And I don't think you understand how much he remembers," she replied, eyes flicking briefly toward Valor, who now stood firmly between her and the door, posture taut as a drawn bow. "That dog," the man continued, was implanted with a top-level biometric archive system. He was never meant to fall into civilian hands. You're not just housing a dog, you're harboring a living memory drive. And I'm here to ensure it doesn't keep carrying information it was never meant to process. We understand him more than you think, Sage said evenly, stepping closer into view. The man glanced past Lyra. His eyes flickered. Recognition. Monroe, he said. Still roaming free, I see. Still knocking on civilian doors after midnight? She replied, tone dry. The air folded inward. Valor took a step forward. No growl, no bark, just a sound, low, rising from deep in his chest, like distant thunder waiting for a storm. The man raised both hands, not in surrender, but in mock diplomacy. I'll return with paperwork, he said. Until then, keep him inside. And I suggest neither of you leave town. Trust me. There are things Havenfall was designed to forget. Lyra answered with one sentence. He's not a thing. He's a part of someone I loved. And he remembers what you tried to erase. The man didn't reply. He glanced once toward Scout, peeking out from behind Lyra's legs, then turned, descended the steps, and vanished into the dark. Sage locked the door, immediately turned to the recorder. The red light still blinked. She hit stop, rewound, listened to the last few seconds, his voice clear, his words unmistakable. Havenfall. Each syllable. Sharp. Whole. Preserved. Lyra stepped to Valor, placed her hand on his back. He hadn't lowered his stance. His body vibrated beneath her touch. Not from fear, but from focus, from readiness. You knew they'd come, she whispered, and you stood at the door, just like the first time. Valor turned his head, and in his eyes, there wasn't the look of a dog, but the gaze of a guardian, of a promise once buried, still breathing. Dawn hadn't fully arrived. Lyra sat in front of the screen, the soft blue glow casting shadows across her face, unadorned, cheeks drawn from sleepless nights. Beside her sat the USB stick, the same one that had once been tied to Valor's leg. Now, it was the only door left to something deeper than anything Mason had ever said aloud. In the kitchen, Sage poured coffee, her eyes never leaving the living room, where Valor lay beside Scout. Though the man from last night had left, they both knew. What truly begins doesn't knock. It opens from within. Lyra clicked open the folder, labeled Courier Subdivision, Level D. A cascade of files appeared. Nothing like what they had seen before. Not personal clips, not logs, but internal documents, encrypted, classified, tiered by access. Some had already been decoded by Mason. He had left them unlocked, for whoever would find the truth. Lyra opened the first. A black screen. White text emerged. Project Havenfall. K9 Module. Classified Level 4. Objective: Development of off-net biological data courier system. Untraceable via digital signal. Method: Use of Type A working dogs, embedded with biocyber encryption modules. Lyra held her breath. Sage stepped beside her, fingers tightening around a warm cup. So, Lyra whispered, they used dogs as living storage devices? Sage nodded slowly. No network, no pings, no trail, no servers, just memory. They opened the next memo, written by Mason himself. The timestamp: 3 days before his disappearance. I once believed this system was meant to protect agents, but after Operation 5, I began to realize we weren't using dogs to deliver truth. We were hiding bodies of truth inside the memories of the most loyal species on Earth. And whoever holds the leash decides what's remembered. Valor, then known as K9, Delta 4, was the first to fully encode the entire communication circuit. I tried to override the return lock protocol, so he could find his way back alone. I knew. That would cost me. Lyra couldn't speak. Not yet. Sage scrolled down. The next entry was an image scan. Mason's handwriting, raw and unfiltered. If I don't make it back, know this. Valor isn't just a witness. He is the carrier of the last living fragment of what Havenfall tried to bury. The screen stayed lit, but the kitchen felt darker. Not from the lights, but because the truth had stepped too far into the room to be turned away now. Mason hadn't gotten lost. He had been removed, because he made a dog remember what should have been forgotten. Lyra turned toward Valor. He still lay quietly, eyes open. But this time, it was as if he was waiting for her to see, to understand. "We have to make this public," she said, her voice steady, unshaken. Sage sat down beside her, opened her phone, switched on recording mode. "Not yet. First, we need a full duplicate and someone to send it to." "No one trustworthy left?" "There is. He's retired now. Lives out of state. Former director of Special Data Protection. He touched Project Havenfall back when it was just a theory." Lyra nodded. "What about Valor?" Sage looked toward the door. "He's not a courier anymore. He's a living archive. And like every memory that matters, the only thing that can save him is to be told." The next afternoon, the sky was veiled in a thin mist, sunlight wavering behind cloud layers, uncertain, undecided, as if still questioning whether to reveal what it knew. The wind carried the scent of damp decay from the old woods, laced with something deeper, the memory of Earth. Lyra tightened the strap of her backpack. Inside, flashlight, folding knife, water bottle, and a hand-drawn forest map based on coordinates extracted from the USB the night before. Sage carried a portable hard drive, a short-barreled handgun, and a weathered notebook she once used as a formal investigator, now repurposed as a journal for traces the official files had forgotten. But neither of them was truly leading. Valor moved ahead, without hesitation. He turned left where the trail faded, stopped when the wind shifted, stepped only where moss didn't grow. And finally, he halted. Before them stood a rotting tree stump, blanketed in thick green moss, the trunk barely waist-high, like a forgotten altar left behind by an ancient forest rite. No signs, no markers, no carvings. But Valor stared directly at it, utterly still, then lifted one paw and gently placed it on the ground, just to the right of the stump. Once, softly, then pulled back. Lyra and Sage exchanged a look. "That's not regular soil," Sage said, kneeling down. She drew her blade and began peeling back layers of mulch and decay. Less than a minute in, the knife hit something brittle, a sound, plastic, long buried. Sage dug carefully, lifted out a large, faded yellow Ziploc bag, wrapped tightly in multiple layers of nylon and duct tape. Lyra's breath caught. Her heart knotted in her chest. Sage opened the bag. Inside, a stack of developed photographs, printed on mid-grade darkroom paper. Several documents, deployment orders, maps with circles, and scanned security IDs torn in half. And a handwritten letter, ink still dark, the top corner marked clearly, to Detective Sage Monroe. From MT. Sage sat down, opened the letter. Lyra stepped back, settling beside Valor, who remained motionless, as if he had always known this moment would come. Sage read aloud, slowly. Each word landed heavy. "If you're reading this, it means I couldn't tell the rest myself. I know I won't make it out. But I don't regret it, because at least I told it to someone who keeps their word. Valor won't forget. And I trust you'll listen." Lyra lowered her gaze. Project Havenfall didn't start with data. It started with men who lost faith in other men. The architect, Major Eli Rohr, was once a wartime signal officer. Later, he moved into behavioral research. He believed emotion was the breach point in any system. Dogs, with their absolute loyalty, were the perfect crossroad between instinct and obedience. We weren't training them. We were converting them into living proxies of an underground network. Sage paused, her fingers clenched slightly on the paper's edge. Dunley found out first. He was erased. I got luckier because I had valor. But if you're reading this, I assume that luck ran out. Keep going. Not for me. But because you once said, the truth doesn't live in the record. It lives in the last person who dares remember. Sage let out a quiet breath. Half a laugh, half a break in her voice. He didn't email this, Lyra whispered. He buried it, waiting for the right person to come. Sage nodded. And that person wasn't a cop, wasn't a technician. It was a silent dog, but relentless. They sifted through the photos, each shot taken from afar, grainy but clear. One showed a middle-aged man under a railway overpass, handing an envelope to a plainclothes officer. Another, a nameplate outside an office door, E. Aror, Special Operations Oversight. Then a map, marked in red where forbidden zones overlapped with K9 courier corridors. He didn't just hide it, Sage said quietly. He orchestrated it, managed it, and eliminated anyone who tried to turn it back. Lyra looked at Valor. He didn't move. But now, his gaze held more than memory. It held mission. That afternoon, the rain came without warning, like a slap from the sky that no one saw coming. Sage closed her notebook, pulled out her phone, and stepped onto the porch. Lyra was still at the kitchen table, scanning and encrypting every single image they had unearthed that morning. She placed each file into a coded folder, her eyes never leaving the screen. Valor lay curled beside Scout, but his head faced the door. He hadn't moved from that spot all day. Sage dialed the only person she still trusted inside the system. Jamie Riker, former chief of internal data oversight, the man who had trained her when she was still a rookie investigator. The call rang. Once, twice, 3 times. "Jamie," she whispered as the line connected. "Sage?" His voice was low, gravelly, but warm. "Where are you calling from?" "Not through any server. I'm using an isolated device." "Jesus, I've heard rumors. Is it true?" "Valor's back, and he's carrying more than a message." Sage glanced out at the yard. Rain had begun to drift in through the porch eaves. "What do you have?" "A USB, files, photos, a handwritten letter addressed to me, from Mason, and the name Roar, tied to Project Havenfall." There was a pause. Then Jamie said, slowly, "Don't call anyone else. Don't send anything through a network. Don't let anyone know what you're holding. I need someone to verify this, so they can't discredit us." "Not yet. They're filtering every suspicious packet across the grid. I'd bet your device's signal was tagged from day one. If you're still with it, you're not safe." A hiss crackled across the line. The signal wavered. "I'm not alone," Sage said quickly. "Lyra's here, Ethan Thorne's widow, and Valor. Listen to me. If you can, leave now. Keep moving. Stay offline. Find a dark zone, and Sage, I'm listening." Jamie's voice dropped, nearly a whisper. "You're holding the one thing they're truly afraid of. And what they fear, they won't let survive." The line cut. Red letters flashed on the screen. Connection lost. Sage powered down the phone. Her breath caught, not from the cold, but from the old instinct of someone who's been hunted before. She stepped back into the house. "We can't stay here." Lyra looked up. She didn't have to ask. Sage was already grabbing the laptop bag, pulling out the hard drive, and packing. "They're tracking the signal. Could be the USB, could be the machine, could be us." Valor stood. No command needed. He walked to the door, as if already sensing what hadn't been said. Lyra closed the laptop, Where do we go? Sage's voice lowered. Somewhere without signals. The only place where tracking fails, but instinct still works. She looked at Valor. He'll lead us. 30 minutes later, the old SUV rolled away from the wooden cabin. No headlights, no GPS. Rain thickened around them. Scout slept soundly in a blanket-lined crate, soothed by the hum of the road and the rhythm of the wind, like a heartbeat whispering, "Keep going." Valor sat upright in the back seat, eyes fixed on the window. Still, coiled. And just as they crossed the last ridge out of town, Lyra turned. She looked back at the cabin and knew they would never return to it in the same way again. Sage kept her hands tight on the wheel, eyes on the road ahead. They'll come faster than we thought. They? Lyra asked. Not police, not military, the kind with no names, only orders, and their mission is simple. Erase whoever still remembers the story. Lyra tightened her grip around Scout, said nothing. The wind slipped through the branches. The forest ahead opened, not as a destination but as a border, and somewhere behind them, the shadow of something old had started to move. At night, the forest made no sound, no insects, no rustling, only wind. Each gust slid cold through the dense canopy, carrying the damp scent of earth and a suffocating stillness, as if the trees had borne witness to secrets buried far too long. In the back seat, Lyra held Scout tightly to her chest. The little fluffball slept soundly, ears twitching at unfamiliar sounds outside. Valor lay nearby, eyes open, unmoving, like a breathing stone. Sage stood outside the vehicle, one hand on the hood, eyes scanning the shadows between every tree. They had stopped on an old, unmarked trail deep in the back country, where phone signals didn't exist, maps drew blanks, and no human voice carried more than 3 miles. They won't wait long, Sage said softly, without turning. They may have lost the trail, but if any beacon is still active, they'll know we're close. Lyra nodded quietly, stroking Scout's back, a small, silent gesture that reminded her she still had something tender to protect amidst truths too heavy to hold. Valor stood. No bark, no growl. He just rose, tense as a drawn wire, eyes fixed on the western tree line. Sage spun. Something's wrong. She pulled the handgun from her coat, turned off her flashlight, and gave Lyra a nod. Stay here. No. Lyra's voice was firm. If he's going, I'm not letting him go alone. They locked eyes. Silence. Then Sage pointed between 2 pines. Stay low. Follow me. Valor moved like a living compass, silent, deliberate. At every fallen leaf, his ears twitched. When the wind shifted, he paused, redirected. Something in the air felt dense, pressurized, ready to snap. Then, gunfire, sharp, ripping, a crackle that jolted the chest. Valor! Lyra screamed. No reply. A heavy sound followed, like a body hitting the ground. Sage ran toward the source, gun drawn. Lyra followed, stumbling over roots, refusing to stop. In the flickering beam of a dying flashlight, they found him. Valor, lying on his side, his left hind leg soaked in red. Lyra dropped beside him. Her hands, no longer shaking, moved with instinctive steadiness, emotion silenced by urgency. He's been shot, she said, voice hollow. Not an artery, Sage checked quickly, pulling out bandages. They weren't trying to kill, just weaken. A snarl erupted behind them. Sage spun, fired. This time her bullet struck. A masked figure crumpled into the moss, black gear, night vision goggles. A silenced pistol dropped beside him, and a syringe rolled from his pocket. Lyra froze. They wanted him alive. Not him, Sage said. What he carried. Maybe still carries. She leaned down, cut through Valor's old collar, something they'd kept, thinking it inactive. But hidden inside wedged between cracked leather a tiny chip, a pulsing red LED. What the hell? Sage stared at it. Military-era beacon, pre-satellite, broadcasts wideband signals. If left intact, it never stops transmitting. Lyra's eyes burned. How long? Has this been on him? Maybe, even before Mason disappeared. Sage's voice dropped. His death was never the end. It was the start of a full sweep, of recovering anything that could expose Havenfall. Lyra looked down. Valor was still breathing. His body trembled, but his eyes, glazed with blood, looked at her. No regret, no fear, only waiting to see if she was brave enough to set him free. Sage flicked open her blade, removed the chip, dropped it onto the dirt, raised her weapon, fired, a sharp crack. The red light blinked out. No more signal, no more chains. Valor recoiled, whimpered softly, then laid his head in Lyra's lap, as if he finally understood. For the first time in 5 years, he was truly free. By the time they returned to the SUV, dawn was just a breath away. They didn't turn on the lights. Sage gently placed Scout into Lyra's arms. The pup still slept, undisturbed. Then she knelt beside Valor, checking his bandage. The wound wasn't as deep as they feared, but the blood loss had taken its toll. "We need rest," Lyra whispered. "We need a place without a name," Sage replied. She looked out at the winding dirt road. "I know a spot, an unlisted inn. No cameras, no registered owner, and best of all, no questions." Valor blinked. Lyra rested her hand on his chest, soft, reverent. "We'll get there, and after that, you won't have to run anymore." By the time the sky lightened, they had arrived. No sign, no street number, just an old wooden structure tucked behind an abandoned gas station, with a withered cactus growing through a cracked wall and a doorman who wore sunglasses whether it rained or shined. No words were needed. One look at Valor's eyes, and the slow seep of blood on his hind leg, and the man gave a single nod, opened the door, and asked nothing more. They rested for less than 4 hours. By full daylight, Sage had stepped out to call an old number, one that still worked, a retired veterinarian now living 45 miles away. He once served with military K9S, particularly those in a shadow unit known only as the Black Division. No one else could be trusted. No official vet clinics were even considered. The SUV cut through the rinsed blue of the post-rain sky. The house stood deep among the cypress groves. A wooden sign hung by the gate. No emergencies, no credit cards accepted. But when the car pulled up, and Sage lifted Valor, still panting, the blood now dulling the bandage, the front door opened instantly. A silver-haired man in a denim shirt and faded fatigues stood there, unmoving. "Bring him in," he said, his voice low, steady, commanding. The clinic was humble but clean. A steel table, wooden cabinets labeled by hand. No cameras. "9 million. Soft entry," the vet said as he examined Valor's flank. "Still retrievable, assuming it hasn't hit bone." Then he paused. "But this isn't just any dog." He crouched, parted the fur just beneath Valor's ribcage. A darker patch, faded. Beneath it, a tattoo, a triangle enclosing a string of letters and numbers, SPH-K 9/043-EB. "Damn!" The man stepped back, breath catching. "I thought they disbanded this unit." Sage said nothing. The man looked from her to Lyra. "You're not civilians." "Not anymore," Sage replied. "But we're not cops either." He gave a slight nod, then looked down at Valor, his gaze softening. "This boy, he's from Sentinel. Final generation. They said none of them made it. But here he is." He didn't finish. Just washed his hands, turned on the surgical light, and began. Lyra waited outside the makeshift OR, Scout still in her arms. The pup had dozed off again, but as the sound of tools clinked through the door, Scout stirred. He didn't bark, just pressed into her chest, then looked up toward the glass window. Through the small pane, warm light flickered. Sage's face leaned over Valor, steady. The vet worked with long tweezers, coaxing out the embedded slug. Scout whimpered. Not in fear, but something else. Worry. He slipped from Lyra's lap, padding across the floor, tiny legs wobbling slightly. He sat at the door and stayed, waiting. An hour and a half later, the door opened. Sage stepped out with Valor in her arms, his leg wrapped, his eyes groggy but alive. The vet followed, wiping sweat from his brow. "He'll make it," he said. "No movement for at least 3 days. I've cleared the fragments, dosed him with antibiotics. But more importantly," he held up something small, a microchip, still slick with blood. "This isn't just a tracker," he said. "It's a biological cache, a temporary data port, buried deep, nearly impossible to detect. Only certain dogs were programmed to carry live intel like this." Sage stared at it. "He's not just a witness, he's the last mobile archive." The vet nodded. He placed the chip into a small glass vial. "Guard this well. If they know it still exists," Lyra clutched Scout tighter, "they won't stop." That afternoon, they stayed behind the clinic. The sun was warm. Golden leaves blanketed the backyard. Valor lay on a thick mat beneath the awning. His body was heavy, but his eyes stayed open, tracking every movement. No longer out of tension, but with the calm vigilance of someone who had fought long enough to know, as long as you breathe, you stand watch. Scout wriggled out of Lyra's lap. He toddled over step by step, sat beside Valor, then gently pressed his head into Valor's chest, softly, as if afraid to hurt him. Valor looked at the pup, then slowly lowered his head, resting it across Scout's back. Not quite an embrace, more like a transmission of something beyond words. Lyra watched from a distance, knees hugged to her chest. She didn't cry. She just felt something stir, something that hadn't touched her in years, a quiet inheritance, passed down without instruction, just understood. Sage came and sat beside her. "Some legacies," she murmured, "are carried in blood and scars." Lyra nodded. "And some dogs are born to carry the memories humans can't bear." A breeze moved across the yard. Leaves rustled, like whispers from those who were never allowed to speak. By the time the first light broke through the mist, the dew still clinging to leaves like the breath of dreams not yet stirred, Sage opened Mason's letter once more. There, buried in the near-final lines, in the corner of the page she had overlooked, was a sentence. "If you've found it, go to the old Northern Ranger outpost, the place where the handovers happened, the ones no one ever dared to log. That's where it all began." She handed the note to Lyra. No words were needed, just one look. Valor, still limping, still healing, was already standing. Scout was no longer asleep. As if both of them knew, what they were about to see wasn't meant to be witnessed. It was meant to be remembered. The outpost lay hidden deep within a pine forest, in a place digital maps marked only as undefined territory. They had to walk over a kilometer after the road became impassable, and with each step deeper, the air thickened, not with humidity, but with the weight of something unspoken, as if memory had settled like dust in the space between trees. The structure rose from the earth like it had been waiting. Weathered, rusted roof peeling at one corner, windows choked with moss. But the brass sign remained, barely legible. U.S. Forest Service, Outpost 47B. "This is it," Sage whispered. The door was unlocked. Inside, the air was heavy with silence and old paper. Dust blanketed the space, but nothing was disturbed, as if someone had left in a hurry and never returned. In the center of the room, a vintage reel projector and a metal box with a coded lock. Valor stepped forward, growled low, his paw landing squarely on a loose floorboard. Sage dropped to her knees, pried it open. Inside, a small tin container wrapped in moisture-proof plastic. She opened it. A black USB, no logo, no markings. "Standard issue for special unit handovers," Sage said quietly. In missions like these, dogs were the couriers, not the internet, not the satellites, just muscle, memory, and trust. Lyra glanced at Valor, now sitting beside Scout, eyes alert, steady. "And if the USB fell into the wrong hands," she said, "only the dog could identify the rightful recipient, not through systems, but through memory." Sage plugged it into her laptop. One folder, labeled Ceremony. Time-stamped, May 4th, 5 years ago. They opened the first file. Grainy footage filled the screen. A small gravel courtyard, 4 men in uniform. One held a briefcase. Another reached into his coat, pulled out a black cloth bundle, the same type that had once wrapped the USB Mason left behind. A K9, dark coat, sharp eyes, unmistakably like Valor, was led into the clearing. The third man crouched, attached the black bundle to the dog's collar. Then, a fourth approached, handing an envelope to the handler. No words, no salute, no anthem, just silence. A ritual for something that wasn't supposed to exist. Lyra held her breath. Sage didn't blink. At the end of the video, the camera trembled, maybe from the wind, and the footage blurred just enough, but not before it caught Mason. Standing at a distance, his hand resting gently atop the K9's head, likely Valor, as if whispering something only the two of them could understand. "This is the evidence," Sage murmured. "Not testimony, not transcripts, but faces, actions, transfers, and Valor," Lyra added. "He wasn't just the messenger, he was the keeper." They copied the data onto 2 separate drives, one encrypted. The other, Sage buried beneath the floorboards, next to a note. "If I never return, the truth is still here." When they left the outpost, dusk was falling. The light threaded gently through the canopy, like a silent benediction too sacred for language. Valor walked ahead. Scout followed closely, a small shadow mirroring the steps of a brother. No one spoke. They all knew. This was never just a ranger station. It was a chapel for secrets no one was ever allowed to mourn. The forest hadn't turned yet. Late autumn sun seemed to forget its duty, letting the fog crawl unchecked through the ancient pines, draping the ranger outpost in a shroud of quiet suspicion. Lyra double-checked the backpack. The USB with the video. The backup drive. Printed stills from the old projector. Everything wrapped in cloth, sealed in plastic, padded with desiccants. One lesson Mason had taught them clearly. Truth wasn't just to be found. It had to survive. Sage stood on the porch, hand resting lightly on her gun, ears trained on every sound. Valor, whom she had started calling Rook again in moments that required the soldier, not the friend, had not taken his eyes off the tree line. Scout sat beside him, small eyes glistening like puddles of night water, silently learning how to guard, without barking. The wind stirred. The forest trembled. Then a snap, software subtle. But enough? Rook sprang up. "They're here," Sage muttered. What happened next took less than 10 seconds. 2 shadows lunged from the brush. No warning, no sound. Sage shoved Lyra to the floor, Glock raised. One attacker headed straight for Rook, as if he knew exactly where a K9's vulnerabilities lay. The stun baton cracked. Snap! A blinding pulse of light and sound. Rook dodged, but not cleanly. The shock cut through damp fur. He snarled, then launched forward, jaws locking onto the man's arm. Blood sprayed. The attacker howled, collapsing into the mulch, but the second one was already inside the house. Lyra grabbed the file bag, backed away. The man didn't pull a gun. He drew a knife. Sage didn't wait. She fired. A sharp bang. The man dropped like an emptied sack. Outside, Rook was still locked in combat. Blood now seeped from his side. His left rear leg convulsed. Lyra bolted from the doorway. "Rook!" she cried. He turned, eyes blurred but still recognizing her. That moment, that fraction of recognition, was all it took. The wounded attacker swung the stun baton again, this time direct hit to the neck. Rook roared in pain, but didn't retreat. He lunged, dragged the man down with him. Two bodies tumbled, then stillness. Sage rushed forward, gun still raised. "Don't!" Lyra shouted. He's still alive!" They dropped to the ground beside him. Rook was trembling, gasping. Blood matted the fur along his belly. One eye twitched, but the light in them hadn't left. Lyra cradled his head, pressing her cheek to his brow like a sister pulling someone back from delirium. "I'm here, Rook! I'm here!" Scout scurried over. He didn't whimper, just pressed his head against Rook's leg, as if he could carry a piece of the pain he couldn't yet understand. Sage checked the two bodies. One dead, one unconscious. In the pocket of the second man, a tracker device, and something else, a folded scrap of paper. Handwritten. "G-cell unit. Terminate if host is secured. If not, aim for chest. Avoid damaging the memory chamber." Sage handed it to Lyra. Her face darkened as she read. "Host. Memory chamber. To them, he's just a container." No one said a word. They lifted Rook into the car. Scout curled up beside him, and they drove out of the forest. No headlights, phones off, radio silent. Just Rook's breathing, labored, steady. The pulse of a warrior who never stopped remembering. Sage drove. Lyra sat in the back, one hand resting on Rook's side. Scout lay between her knees, eyes wide open, unblinking. They stopped at the edge of town. An old garage, once a covert contact point during Sage's undercover days. The owner, blind in one eye, didn't ask questions. He opened the back door, led them into a defunct repair bay. "Stay here," he said. "I'll leave you an anonymous line." Then disappeared like a ghost that had done this before. Lyra laid Rook gently on an old mattress, freshly lined with clean towels. She wiped blood, rebandaged his side, checked his pulse. His breathing was shallow, but every time she touched him, he moved, as if fighting to stay alive just to feel her hand again. Sage pulled out a crumpled note, coordinates from the decrypted drive. Her jaw was clenched. "We have to release the truth, where everyone can see it, at once. Independent outlets. Press any platform not under their thumb." Lyra nodded, but her eyes never left Rook. "When he wakes," she said, "when he's ready to witness the end of what stole Mason's life." Outside, the wind stirred again, but this time, it wasn't just the breeze in the trees. It was voices, whispers from the forest, and everyone in the room felt it, a silent, visceral knowing. They're still listening. The next day didn't begin with sunlight. It began with 3 burner phones vibrating at once, an urgent staccato rhythm that cut through the silence. The first signal came from an encrypted account Sage had once used for covert operations, Owl 9. The second, from a renowned independent journalist known for exposing classified government operations. The third, from a small federal internal affairs office, the only place Mason had mentioned in his letter. "If every door shuts, try this one, but show them more than a story. Show them the living proof." Sage opened the case file. Spread across the table wasn't just testimony, it was evidence. The video, the money, the USB, the dog. Photos of erased command symbols and covert coordinates. 2 authentic badges belonging to officers presumed killed in unrelated incidents. Mason's letter. And Rook. There was nothing left to withhold. She didn't send it to one place. She sent it to 7. Each channel received only a piece, but together they made up the whole. If one was silenced, the remaining 6 would publish simultaneously. "This isn't a threat," Sage said, eyes locked on the screen. "It's an obituary, for those who thought secrets could stay buried." 9:06 a.m. Federal Internal Affairs issues an emergency summons. 9:27 a.m. A closed-door meeting begins between 3 branches: independent investigators, military health review, and data intelligence. 9:41 a.m. Project Havenfall is officially reopened after nearly 6 years of being labeled inactive due to lack of actionable leads. 10:03 a.m. An arrest warrant is issued for Major Eli Rohr. Lyra wasn't there when the arrest happened. She was somewhere quieter, but no less tense. The K-9 trauma ward at a decommissioned military veterinary station in Fairwood, once a training ground for the Sentinel units. Rook lay on a sterile bed, IV lines taped to his foreleg. His heart still beat, slowly but rhythmically, as though he had spent every last drop of strength holding himself together. Scout curled up beside the bed under a gray fleece blanket Lyra had brought from home. She sat on a wooden chair beside him, not scrolling, not speaking, just sitting, like Mason used to do after long missions, when silence said more than comfort ever could. A vet stepped out, a weathered man with sun-darkened skin and silver hair. "He's a true warrior," he said, meeting Lyra's gaze like someone who had seen too much to be surprised. "Bullet passed through muscle, didn't strike vital organs. His body's reflex pulled away just in time." Lyra nodded softly. "But..." The vet hesitated. "But what?" "Post-combat stress. Adrenaline stored for too long. His nervous system is fried. We can save the body. But the mind, the memories, that's beyond us." Lyra looked through the glass. Rook was still there, eyes open, but distant. "He carried more than the mission," she whispered. "He carried the dead, and the living, still unsure how to live." By midday, local news stations broke the story. A top-secret project called Havenfall, previously classified, has officially come under federal investigation. Major Eli Rohr, a commanding officer, was arrested at his private residence. In his vehicle, authorities discovered tracking equipment, recording devices, and a trove of unencrypted files related to the defunct program. What stunned investigators most, a German shepherd, declared deceased in official records, returned alive, bringing with him the evidence that cracked the case wide open. Communities near Fairwood are now demanding that missing persons files tied to the Havenfall timeline be reopened. Online, hashtags spread like wildfire. # Justice for Mason #, Rook remembers #, Havenfall exposed #. They used dogs as ghosts. Sage's phone rang non-stop. Journalists, lawyers, people who had once stayed silent out of fear, now calling back pieces of memory they'd buried too long. "We've created a point of no return," she said, standing beside Lyra, "and now all eyes are on him." Lyra didn't look away from Rook. "Then let them look," she said softly. "Let them see a dog who carried what an entire system tried to forget." That afternoon, Rook opened his eyes, not fully alert, but just enough for Scout to nudge his cheek, and for his gaze to flutter, flicker, settle. Lyra leaned forward, forehead pressed to his, her voice barely above a breath. "You don't have to carry it anymore. They know. They've seen." He didn't bark, didn't growl, just a long, slow exhale, as if a mountain had finally been set down. And in his gaze, though faded, There was something new. It wasn't solitude. It was witnessed silence. That afternoon passed slowly, as if even time had learned how to wait. Lyra sat still in the wooden chair by Rook's bed. Sunlight slanted through the window, stretching across the floor in a golden stripe that gradually shifted toward the door, but she never moved. Not once. Each tick of the IV machine echoed in her chest like a heartbeat finding its rhythm again. Scout lay at the foot of the bed, quiet, undemanding, but his little black eyes barely blinked, fixed on Rook, as if counting every breath in, every breath out. The door eased open. Dr. Calver stepped inside, chart in hand. His expression bore the weight of something final, like a verdict. Lyra stood up instantly. "Just tell me the truth. I can handle it." Calver looked at her, then at Rook. "There's nothing to handle, Miss Lyra," he said gently. He made it. Silence so thick it hummed. Lyra blinked, slow, hesitant. "Made it," she whispered, as if afraid her mind had invented hope. "Made it," Calver repeated. "But he'll need time, a lot of it. He used up everything he had to survive. The wounds aren't fatal, but the trauma, psychologically, neurologically, runs deep. He's alive not just because of biology, but because of will." Lyra collapsed, not from fatigue, but as though her body had finally been released from days of tension tied too tightly for too long. "I knew you wouldn't give up," she sobbed, voice cracking beneath relief. "I knew it." Calver sat beside her, removing his glasses to wipe them slowly. "I used to serve in military veterinary ops," he said, eyes drifting into memory. "Saw hundreds of K9s from shadow units, dogs whose files had only 2 lines, name and service period. No past, no future, just the mission." "Was Rook one of them?" Lyra asked, still holding gently to his paw, like cradling a piece of soul. "No," Calver shook his head. "He exceeded the system. I treated him 4 years ago. Back then his name was Valor 17. Lyra's head lifted. He came in with a ruptured ear, shockwave trauma. No handler, no records, just a young man named Mason Thorne, who left nothing behind but one handwritten note. If he wakes up, don't make him remember too soon. That was my husband. I didn't understand it then. Now I do." Lyra told him everything. About Scout, about the USB, about Project Havenfall, about Eli Roar, about the grave beneath the moss-covered oak, about the kill order, about Rook's eyes, when he stood in that doorway, becoming a living shield. Calver listened long, then nodded slowly. "There are warriors who never wear a uniform," he said, "but still keep their vow, long after the world forgets they ever existed." "He never forgot," Lyra whispered. Calver placed a hand on her shoulder. "And you never left him. That's why he's still here." That night Lyra didn't go home. She asked to stay, on the bench beside Rook's bed. Scout curled on the rolled-up rug. Calver brought her a blanket, a thermos of water, and a small bedside lamp. When everything grew still, Lyra sat up and reached into her pocket, pulling out an old photo. Mason and Rook during their first training day. Mason had that crooked smile, and Rook, then still Valor, stood firm, steady, eyes already holding something more than instinct. She placed the photo on the nightstand and turned to Rook. "He knew he wouldn't live long," she whispered, "so he taught you how to remember. People, paths, justice." Sometime later, Rook stirred. Not much, not strong, but it was real. Lyra gently clasped his foreleg. "I'll wait for you to heal. Not for a mission, but because there's still one last thing we need to finish." Scout got up, padded over, and nudged his head into Rook's side, breathing soft, like a lullaby continuing a song only they remembered. Elsewhere, headlines dominated the evening press. Havenfall exposed, dog with a mission returns from the dead to deliver justice. A canine previously declared deceased by government records has reappeared, bringing evidence that dismantled a top-secret operation. While the public calls him Rook, insiders understand he is a living memory, a witness that speaks without words. In the quiet final moments of that day, Dr. Calver returned for one last check. He looked at the vitals. Stable. At Lyra, still. At Scout. Head resting on Rook's leg like a silent pact. Calver said quietly, "We can't return what was taken from him, but at the very least, we can make sure what remains is never forgotten." Lyra smiled. No longer afraid, just faith and love, quiet as the amber light glowing over a long, surviving night. That morning, the sun finally returned. A rare kind of light, shy but golden, after weeks of rain that had seemed to carry the weight of a silence no one in town dared put into words. Lyra stepped out of the military veterinary hospital, Scout cradled in her arms, walking slowly beside Rook, his bandages now gone, save for a few thin gauze strips, his steps slow, deliberate, but fully aware. Sage waited in the car. There was nothing to say. No reminders needed. All three of them knew where they were going. The small cemetery at the edge of New Haven Ridge had always been a quiet place, just a gentle patch of earth nestled between two mossy hills. No marble headstones, no etched tributes in gold. Only old wooden markers, a few leaning pines, and the wind that smelled faintly of things once lost. Mason Thorne lay there, or at least the nameplate did. His body had never been recovered. But after Havenfall was exposed, after witness testimony and the files from the USB came to light, the government issued an official Fallen in Action record and approved a simple memorial. A wooden box with his insignia and an old, faded photograph of Mason standing beside Rook, recovered from Lyra's weathered laptop. Today, Lyra added a second frame beside it, a photo of Rook and Scout. One life that had fought, one life that had just begun. More people came than she expected. Not for media coverage, there was none. No microphones, no ceremony, just townsfolk. Those who had seen Rook waiting by Lyra's porch each morning. Those who had watched Scout stumble across the grass. Those who had once lived alongside silent truths that had now become a shared story. A young boy, no more than 10, arrived with his mother, holding a crayon drawing, a big dog shielding a much smaller child from the wind. An older man, a retired officer, approached the plaque and placed a worn badge beside Mason's. His voice was gravel. "I once served under Major Rohr. I stayed silent. There's nothing more I can say, except thank you for keeping the truth alive this long." Sage stood in the back. No tears. But her eyes carried the weight of someone who knew that guilt doesn't always ask for words. Midway through, after the flowers had been laid, and the photos, and the unspeakable things finally given form, Lyra stepped forward. No script, no speech, just a wife, just someone still holding the flame. She knelt by Mason's marker. "I used to think," she began, "that without a body there could be no goodbye. I used to believe that as long as hope existed, endings weren't necessary." She turned to Rook. But then he came back, not with ashes, not with remains, but with memory, enough to remind us, the dead don't vanish. They leave behind legacy, in the hearts of those still standing. Rook rose, walked to Lyra's side. Scout trailed behind, his tiny feet stumbling to keep pace. But when he reached the photo of Mason, he stopped. And somehow, in the hush of that moment, he bowed his head. The entire cemetery fell still. No one announced the end of the memorial. People simply left slowly, carrying flowers, folded notes with lines Mason once said in an old video, and a few even nodded respectfully to Rook, as if to a soldier who had fought beside them without them ever knowing his name. Before getting into the car, Sage looked at Rook for a long time. "Still a legend, aren't you, warrior?" she whispered. "Only now, you get to live in the real world." That evening, Lyra sat in the living room. Scout slept soundly by the fireplace. Rook lay by the window, his head resting on his front paws, his eyes still open, but softer. On the shelf were 3 picture frames: Mason and Rook. Rook alone. Rook and Scout beneath the morning sun, a photo taken just hours ago. Lyra lit a single candle. Not for Mason, because he had never truly left. Not for Scout, because he had only just begun. But for Rook, who had walked through fire, memory, and deception, carrying a story the world needed to hear. Outside the window, the wind brushed against the glass. And Lyra knew, tonight no one was forgotten. Years passed, seasons folded into each other like quiet pages in a book. The rains returned, followed by winters that blanketed the hills in silence, and eventually spring came again, its pale gold sunlight brushing gently over the old rooftops on the outskirts of New Haven Ridge. And somehow, everything felt softer, slower, as if time itself had learned how to wait. Each morning, they still saw the old dog on Lyra's porch. Same hour, same spot. No one remembered exactly when that became part of the town's landscape. No one asked why he sat there. Because everyone knew. That was where Rook had first sat, on that very first morning. Around his neck now hung a round metal tag, etched with one simple word: Valor. Scout had grown. Lean muscle, the speed of wind in his legs. But he never broke the habit of circling back to that porch at first light, resting his head against Valor's back, as if to say, the road ahead may be long, but someone must always guard the roots behind. Inside, Lyra sat by the window with a pen in her hand. She no longer wrote for deadlines, no longer edited articles or sent drafts to publishers. Now, she wrote in ink, on paper, one line at a time, not for fame, not for print, but to keep memory alive. The notebook's title was simple: They Don't Need Words to Be Remembered, and beneath it, a smaller line, Chronicles from a Soul Without a Name. Each page held a shard of the past, not just events, but the feelings that bled through them. The night Rook returned, soaked and silent, carrying a bundle no larger than a breath. Scout, the tree where Mason had hidden his letter, the first growl after 5 years of silence, the way one dog reclaimed justice that an entire system had tried to erase. The town had changed. The old corner cafe was now a bookstore. The new police chief was too young to remember Havenfall, but he kept a framed photo of Rook behind the front desk. And each year, during the town's memorial for those who protected without recognition, they always mentioned Rook. Not the government, not the reports, just the dog who sat, without command, without uniform, and whom no one ever got past. Scout, now grown, carried the old mission in his own way. He didn't carry USB drives. He didn't dig for evidence. He didn't growl at evil. He simply sat with children as they told stories, laid beside the elderly in the clinic, and rested his head on shoulders weighted by grief. People said, "He makes you feel safe, not through his teeth, but through his presence," just like Rook once did. On a clear morning, with the smell of mint tea floating through the little kitchen, Lyra placed her pen down after the final line in her notebook. "You never needed armor, because your silence was what made the darkness tremble." She closed the notebook, tucked it into a small wooden box. On the lid, the only photo ever taken of all 3: Mason, Lyra, and Rook, still Valor then, standing beside them, expression unreadable, but eyes looking somewhere impossibly far. Rook had aged. His ears now drooped, his eyes slightly clouded, his breath slower each time the cold returned. But every morning, he still walked out to the porch, sat there, staring toward the forest where it all began. Not waiting, not searching, just holding space for memory. That morning, Lyra rose early. She brought out 2 bowls of water, one for Scout, one for Rook. On the step, he was already there. His eyes distant, but not blind, just far-reaching, as if he could see the things no longer needing to be said. Lyra sat beside him. No words, none needed. The wind stirred the purple blooms by the porch. A squirrel rustled past the fence, a sound they all knew too well. Rook tilted one ear. Scout bounded out from the house, pressed his head against Rook's shoulder. Rook didn't move, but his eyes stayed open. And the world went still, so still that Lyra could feel her heart, matching the rhythm of the old dog's breath beside her. There was nothing left to write, nothing to prove. Only one truth remained, carried forward not in words, but in the silhouette of a dog who still sat at the door every single day. Some lives don't need to speak to make history. They don't stand on podiums. They don't receive medals. They don't have official days of remembrance. But they, through quiet steps, through unwavering eyes, through simply being there when humans nearly collapse, do what no one else can. Rook's story wasn't just about reclaiming justice for the forgotten. It was a living testament to quiet resilience, a force that doesn't need titles, only love. German shepherds with minds sharp as blades and loyalty so sacred it borders on divine are not merely companions, they are keepers of memory. Unarmed warriors, places where trust is quietly stored when the rest of the world turns away. If there's anything worth remembering from this story, it's not the conspiracy, not the mission, but the eyes of an old dog still sitting by the door, not out of duty, but out of love. Love animals. Listen to what doesn't need to be said. And if someone ever asks you, what makes a hero? Tell them about a dog named Rook. The sea that morning was not the ocean of paintings or of memories. It wasn't blue. It wasn't gentle. It didn't hum lullabies in soft ripples. It was something else entirely, like a cracked mirror stretched to the horizon, cold, still, and tight-lipped. The wind didn't stir enough to birth waves, yet wasn't soft enough to be called calm. It merely flowed, like time moving in reverse, retracing its own current, pulling Lucan Thorne back to a place where a part of him had once been lost. The Meridian Echo, a civilian patrol vessel, sliced through the waters off the southern rim of Arlo Bay, a maritime graveyard known for its shipwrecks, sparse traffic, and fewer survivors than stories. At 38, Lucan, once a naval officer, now a quiet volunteer in marine conservation, held the wheel with steady hands, no longer driven by ambition or duty, but by the desire to escape sirens, shouts, and memories that still bled beneath his skin. Then something strange pulled him to his feet. Far ahead, within the dull drift of waters that moved like a forgotten melody, he saw a shadow cutting against the tide. Not a boat, not driftwood, and certainly not the body of a sea creature. Lucan raised his binoculars, eyes narrowing. What emerged was a rust-laced shipping container, old and battered, as though it had clawed its way out of the underworld. No markings, no flags, no signs of origin, just a metal box, adrift and alone. Without hesitation, he veered the helm left, throttle up, closing the distance. No distress beacon, no mechanical hum, only a silence too deliberate to be natural. The container rocked slightly as the Meridian Echo drew alongside. Lucan secured the line, pulled on his gloves, and shone his flashlight along the seams. The air hit him first, an overpowering mix of stale salt water, oxidized steel, and something else. Something that once had a heartbeat, or perhaps still did. He leaned in towards the latch. The padlock was corroded, unsealed, unsecured. With a firm twist, the hinge surrendered with a sound that felt like memory snapping under its own weight. The door swung open. And for a moment, Lucan's entire world stilled. Inside were 5 bodies, large, curled into themselves, unmoving. No barking, no growling, no desperate scramble. These were not beasts bracing for escape. These were remnants, silent, spent. German shepherds, dogs often celebrated as emblems of strength, intelligence, and loyalty, now looked like statues molded from fur, bone, and despair. Lucan didn't remember when he dropped to his knees. His flashlight caught the eyes of the nearest one. Not wet, not wild, just pale and salted like frost over ash. In that gaze, there was no plea, no spark, just the flat resignation of something the world had already forgotten. No water, no food, no airflow, and worst of all, no one who ever turned back. He reached out. No reaction. His fingers brushed the back of the closest dog, its coat patchy, inflamed, raw in places where hopeless scratching had torn the skin. The body trembled, not from fear, but because its internal warmth was fading fast. Lucan raised his radio, voice low but urgent. "Living beings inside. I need immediate veterinary emergency response." While waiting, he did the only thing he could, wrapped each one in his jacket, wiped dry the eyes that had given up tears long ago, slid thermal blankets from his emergency kit beneath their sunken frames. None resisted. None snapped. They accepted his hands, not from trust, but from the absence of alternatives. Then one lifted its head. Barely. It looked at him, and something inside Lucan cracked wide open. Not because of sorrow, but because in that fragile stare there was a single question, unspoken, unformed by words, but piercing through every wall he had ever built. "Are you real?" No answer could ever suffice. He simply uncapped a rescue water bottle, letting drops fall gently on its dry lips. The dog's throat, parched and rough, strained to swallow. And within seconds, the other 4 began to stir, minutely, uncertainly, as if life itself was whispering. Not yet. No sound. No cries. But life, faint and tremulous, began to vibrate like the first breath in a long-forgotten hymn. By the time the rescue team arrived, the sun had already started its western descent. The waves remained mild, yet the sea itself seemed to clutch its secrets tighter. The emergency vets disembarked quickly. At first, they didn't understand why Lucan had called in a level 1 emergency for dogs. But then they saw the 5 of them. Unmoving, unresisting, only breathing in quiet surrender, and they too fell silent. No questions followed. One of them bent down to gently clean the back of a dog, and paused. Tangled in the matted fur around its neck was a fragment of torn leather, a weathered strip from a collar. It bore just 3 faint letters. R.I.V. Lucan leaned in, eyes fixed on the worn piece, and softly, with something close to reverence, he whispered, "Riven. Not a name, a beginning." He rose, his gaze now sharpened with purpose. In front of him weren't just 5 abandoned dogs. They were 5 unanswered questions, living, breathing proof that someone had once chosen silence over justice. And now, silence would no longer suffice. That night, out on the deck beneath a sky smeared in shadow, Lucan never left their side. Not for a single breath, not for the passing of a single cloud. He lay next to Riven, the first one he had named, his hand resting gently along the curve of the dog's spine, where each shallow breath rose not with the scent of rusted metal anymore, but with something softer, earthier, something like the warm smell of soil that still clings to the living. On the other side, the remaining 4 had also begun to breathe in rhythm, slow and fragile, yet real. They didn't need to know who he was, didn't need a reason, didn't need a story. They simply accepted. And that, perhaps, is always the first step of any true bond, not trust, but acceptance. Lucan looked up toward the heavens. The moon was veiled, nothing more than a pale echo behind drifting sheets of cloud that hung like fragments of memories yet to be stitched together. A breeze whispered across the surface of the sea, soft, barely felt, but with sound nonetheless. It sounded like someone, or something, was whispering, "Don't let them be forgotten." And in that instant, Lucan Thorne, the man who had once sworn to keep himself untouched by the weight of any more lives, stepped silently into a story he had never meant to enter. A story that began in a fracture at sea. He didn't know how long he remained seated on that rust-veined deck, surrounded by the groan of wind threading through corroded railings, beneath a dim, damp light that bled like it came from an old lantern hung crooked in fog. The surface of the ocean stayed still, but within him, something was shifting. No thunder, no chaos, only a slow, silent turning, like the undercurrent deep beneath calm waters. The 5 dogs lay unmoving. Not a whimper, not a bark. They didn't claw or scratch or plead with their eyes. They didn't seek to be seen. Whatever point of desperation that usually compels a creature to cry out, that had long since passed, they were beyond begging, and their silence wasn't peace. It was the kind of stillness that settles when despair has sunk into the bone and become nature. And that was what frightened Lucan the most. When he moved toward the container again, tools in hand, bolt cutter in one, a length of rope in the other, there was a strange sensation that crawled along his spine, like a gaze not born of man nor sky, but of sea, distant yet unwavering, fixed upon every movement he made. He wasn't sure where it came from, only that it was there, watching. He planted one foot against the container's lip, leaned his weight into the lashings, and bent downward. A cold wind grazed the back of his neck, sharp, metallic, carrying a scent too familiar to mistake. The scent of flesh soaked in brine too long, of old blood dried into fabric, of something the battlefield calls the last breath of a soul. He didn't have much time. Lucan pushed the door open. It gave way completely now, and dropped to his knees. The first dog trembled as his hand touched fur. Its eyes were half-lidded but listening. Lips cracked, nose stained faintly with blood. Its hind leg was swollen, maybe from being slammed around inside the steel box. He bent lower, slipped both arms beneath it, and lifted with the same care he had once used for wounded comrades dragged from crossfire, each motion slow, each breath measured, each shift designed to keep pain from waking. The dog was weightless, not because it was small, but because most of its life had already been drained away. Just as he laid it down onto the deck, there was a sound. Barely a splash, more a breath taken in water. Lucan looked up. Off the port side, a thin, precise cut across the surface of the sea, then another, and then a dorsal fin rising in silence, parting the water with a slow, deadly grace, moving like a shadow that didn't need to breathe. Lucan exhaled, not startled. The shark wasn't the problem. The shark was only a consequence. What chilled him was the reason for its presence, the smell of blood, the lure that had drawn it here. And that smell was coming from the very lives he was trying to save. He turned back to the container. One by one he brought them out, cradling each body with a reverence that felt like apology. Some were nearly unconscious, their pulse too faint to be felt without a stethoscope. Some opened their eyes but stared through him, as if nothing real remained worth connecting to. One, The last, when he reached out his hand, simply turned its head away. Not with anger, not with fear, just refusal. He paused, caught by the weight of that look, one absent of blame, void of hope, a gaze that didn't ask whether he was salvation or another form of torment. It didn't resist him. It simply no longer cared. And that was what cut deeper than any bullet or shard of shrapnel ever had. "It's okay," he whispered, more plea than comfort. "I'm not the one who locked you in here." As he laid the fourth onto the ship's floor, the sea behind him broke, suddenly, violently. A nameless wave slapped the hull, painting it with a streak of thin, pale red. The shark was close now. Lucan caught a glimpse of it sliding along the container's edge. Not aggressive, not desperate, just testing, waiting, calculating. He had no more time. With a final surge of effort, Lucan leapt down to the small lifeboat tied to the ship's side, grabbed the oar, and rowed hard toward the container. One hand on the rudder, the other reaching back, he pulled the final dog, the one who had turned away, onto the tarp. The creature let out a sound. A whine. Soft. Not desperate, but real, the first sound any of them had made. Lucan leaned close, pressing his palm to its head. Not stroking. Not soothing. Just touching. So it would know. It was no longer alone. In that sliver of suspended time, the dog slowly turned its head and brushed its dry, cracked nose against the leather of Lucan's glove. Its tongue, parched and brittle, gave the faintest lick. Not from thirst, but like a period at the end of a sentence between two beings who had, somehow, crossed an invisible threshold together. By the time all 5 dogs were brought aboard, the sea had changed. No wind, no wave, just a salted mirror, stretching quiet under a sun that leaned westward, pale and tired. Lucan didn't glance back at the container. He knew what he'd see if he did. His own reflection, etched not in skin, but in the version of himself who once believed salvation came in uniforms, orders, and clearly defined enemies. That man who thought he understood what it meant to save something. But he was no longer that man. Now, on the damp deck of the Meridian Echo, with 5 fragile bodies curled side by side like extinguished candles waiting for dawn, began a different kind of beginning. One not drawn by fate or mission, but born in the silence between breath and surrender. No one spoke. No voice needed to rise. Only the stillness remained. But this time, it no longer bore the shape of despair. For the first time since he'd opened that rust-bitten door, Lucan felt it. The silence wasn't death anymore. It was a vow, one that required no words to exist. The sea held its breath, as if the entire ocean dared not interrupt the fragile, flickering pulse of life aboard. The Meridian Echo drifted slowly toward the support harbor, still 3 hours away. But Lucan didn't measure time by distance anymore. What mattered now was keeping these souls from slipping back into nothingness before they had something, anything to hold on to. A name, a tether, a whisper-thin thread that said, "You are here." He sat down beside them, salt mist soaking through the wooden planks and into his jeans. The nearest one, the same dog who had licked his hand during the rescue, now breathed steadily. Its eyes remained closed, no longer swollen or burning. Its chest rose and fell so lightly, it seemed as if even its own body didn't quite believe it had been granted permission to continue. Lucan ran his hand along its spine, fingers tracing the bones like ruins from a forgotten monument, once strong, once proud, now surviving. "Riven," he whispered, letting the word emerge not as a label, but as something summoned. "I'm calling you Riven." Not because the name sounded bold, not because it carried any grand meaning, but because when he'd looked into those eyes, fractured, worn, like a fissure that someone once tried and failed to mend, there was no other word that fit. This was a creature that had been torn, but had never shattered. Riven, the broken, but unbroken. To Riven's right lay a smaller dog, sleeker, darker, with one ear folded down like a forgotten wing, and yet there was fire behind its gaze. When Lucan extended his hand, it didn't flinch, nor did it approach. It simply watched, intensely, unblinking, as if used to being seen, but never truly recognized. And only then did Lucan realize this one was female. In that moment, something beautiful struck him, not in the gentle way flowers bloom, but in the way a flower dares to rise through scorched earth. He pressed his palm gently on her shoulder, nodded, and let a name shape itself in his chest before he gave it breath. Naira. Not because it reminded him of someone, not because it belonged on any list of favorite female dog names, but because Naira sounded like a blade of wind, sharp, brief, and lingering. A sound that could slice through silence and still hang in memory long after it was gone. Naira, the ember that refused to go out. He turned to the third, a dusty blend of copper and silver, limbs long but thinned by hunger, nails filed down to blunt shadows. It twitched gently every few moments, as if caught mid-dream, perhaps reliving a time before cages and darkened steel. Perhaps, in its sleep, it still ran. Lucan let out a soft breath, one that trembled into a smile, not of joy, but of recognition. Blitz, he said. Blitz, the lightning that never made it to thunder. The flash that still remembered how to move fast, even if the world had slowed it down. Not powerful, just present, and sometimes that was enough. The dog stirred, a tiny shift of muscle and fur, its mouth tugged upward, not quite a grin, not quite pain, but Lucan saw it, that shimmer of something not yet gone. And then there were two. The fourth lay farthest away, near the edge of the deck, still and impossibly quiet. Since being lifted from the container, it hadn't moved, hadn't blinked, hadn't acknowledged anything. For a while, Lucan had feared it had passed. But then, as a breeze passed through and tousled the fur on its ear, he saw the faintest breath ripple through its side. So soft, so slight, it seemed like the sea itself had lent it life just one more time. He waited, and the waiting felt sacred. He didn't speak, not a word, simply walked closer and sat beside it, the silence between them not a void but a presence of its own. And when his hand came to rest upon the salt-dusted fur, there was no reaction. But that was all right. That was enough. For presence itself is a kind of language, a kind of message that doesn't require acknowledgement to be heard. Gale, he whispered, voice softer than the wind. Gale, a wind that never needed to howl to shift the world's course. It was a name meant for one who never asked to stand at the center, but who, even in stillness, never truly disappeared. And then, there was the largest of them all. The dog at the heart of the group, taller, broader, its body powerful though worn thin by hunger and exhaustion, carried with it the gentlest presence, a kind of steady grace that came not from strength alone, but from the way its gaze held a calm so profound it could only belong to a creature who had seen more than any life should ever be asked to carry, and survived. Lucan lowered himself beside it, hand pressed lightly to its chest, where the heart still beat, slow, certain, unwavering, like the wall of clay that holds against a flood without ever cracking. Orin, he murmured. Orin, the bearer of burdens for them all, and yet the one who never showed the weight. Not because of might, not because of duty, but because of the way it stood, silent and central, a quiet anchor, as though ready to shoulder any storm without asking why. And so, beneath the bleak afternoon sky, on that weathered ship's deck, amid the rust-scented air and the sunlight that tilted like a blade never quite touching ground, Lucan gave names to 5 living souls no one had meant to remember. Riven, the fracture that never broke. Nera, a blade honed through pain. Blitz, the small bolt of lightning still believing it could run. Gale, the stillness capable of shifting everything. Orin, the final wall between harm and collapse. None of them answered. None barked. Yet, as the last light of day slipped across the blanket spread out on the deck, those 5 beings, somehow without signal or sound, drew just a little closer to each other. Lucan remained seated, back against the wooden wall, eyes on the bleeding horizon. He wasn't certain what awaited him once they reached the shore. But there was one thing he knew beyond doubt. As long as they had names, they had never been forgotten. And so long as he could remember that, he still had reason to go on. The cabin stood halfway up the slope of a pine-shadowed hill, where the trees stretched their long silhouettes toward the sea, where the wind no longer carried the sting of salt into the eyes, where the hum of insects had replaced the drone of engines overhead, where there were no command boards, no barbed wire fences, no shouting voices tearing through sandstorms, just quiet and breath and the hush of a place not made for war, a place he had kept from his days in uniform, once intended never to return to, once abandoned like a flawed memory. And now it had become sanctuary for 6 beings who needed one another. No one had to say it, no logic was needed, no arguments made. They came here together. And because of that, they remained together. The first morning in the cabin was like a symphony written without notes. Lucan opened the window and let the sunlight filter in through warped wooden slats. Outside, dew clung to each blade of grass. Inside, on the worn rug spread across the living room floor, 5 silent shapes lay close, unmoving since the night before. No whines, no scratches, no shifting limbs, but they breathed. And that, at least, was something. He prepared breakfast, simple rice porridge, boiled with bone broth, not a feast, but enough to answer the hunger that had stretched from ocean to earth. When he placed each bowl before them, none leapt forward. There was no snapping, no wild hunger, no desperate scramble common to strays starved too long. They merely lifted their heads, then waited. Eyes on the food, then on him. Not because they weren't hungry, but because somewhere in their pasts, they had learned that to eat was sometimes to fall into a trap, to be shocked, to be commanded. Lucan stepped back. He didn't speak. He sat quietly on the wooden chair by the window, opened a notebook left untouched for years, and let his eyes say the rest. 1 minute, 2, then 3. Orin, the largest, was the first to bend forward. Slow, careful. Like a being who had seen too many deaths begin with a meal, his tongue touched the porridge. No pain followed, no hidden sting, no punishment, just porridge. Only porridge. Orin ate, and as if stirred by some gentle, invisible thread, Nera followed, then Blitz, then Gale, and finally, Riven. None looked to the others. But somehow, in some quiet way, they all knew. If Orin chose, they could choose too. A week passed as though time no longer ticked by in seconds or hours, but in the smallest signs of return. A yawn that no longer flinched, the soft thump of a tail on wood at the sound of something familiar, a gaze no longer fixed on meaningless distance. Nera was the first to step beyond the porch. 3 paces forward, then back, then 5 more, then still, standing at the edge of grass before the tree line. She sniffed the wind, didn't bark. But the way her ears lifted like twin radars, the way her tail swayed faintly like ripples across a pond, these things said enough. There was no rust inside her anymore. Something had started to flow again. Blitz ran. He ran not with the desperation of escape, but with the reckless joy of a child just learning that legs aren't only for fleeing pain, they're for flying. He darted through the trees, crashed into a laundry pole, dove headfirst into a patch of wildflowers and toppled backward, legs in the air, dust in his fur. But he didn't whimper. He bounced up, blinked, and smiled with his eyes. And Lucan understood in that moment. Blitz had reclaimed his speed, not as a reflex to terror, but as a celebration of motion. Gale hadn't yet stepped beyond the porch. Yet every morning, every evening, he faced the forest. Not with fear, not with hunger, but with a quiet, unshakable focus, as though listening for something ancient carried on the wind. Not gunfire, not commands, but something older and softer, like the whisper of memory. Some dogs run, some stand still. Gale listened. And Lucan, watching him, knew better than to interfere with that choice. Orin liked the center of the yard, head between paws, eyes half closed, letting the sun settle into his bones. But whenever Riven stepped outside, Orin rose without hesitation, shoulders square, posture still, not as a follower, not by order, but like a silent sentry who had chosen, without being asked, to keep watch. Not just for Riven, but for all of them. And by doing so, he held the entire pack in place. Riven was always the last to leave the porch. On the 17th morning, when the sun had just begun to stretch its limbs across the mist-wet grass, Lucan opened the door earlier than usual. Riven was already there, standing still in the threshold, neither stepping forward nor turning back. The breeze played with the tufts of his neck fur, the grass quivered in anticipation, and Riven's eyes lingered on a distant blackened tree trunk that rose like a scar among the pine. Lucan didn't know what the dog was remembering, but Riven moved. One step, then another. No sprint, no glance behind, just motion. Slow, sure, as if retracing a path only he remembered, to a place no one else had ever been. And as Riven stepped off the porch, Orin followed. Naira was close behind. Blitz tore into the woods like a spark. Gale descended the steps last and didn't turn back. For the first time, they moved as one. No commands, no alpha, just 5 creatures whose shared pain had finally found a rhythm. Not marching, not charging, but walking. A low, quiet beat that needed no conductor. Lucan watched from the porch, coffee cooling in his hand. But his chest burned warm in a way it hadn't for years, not from triumph, not from pride, and certainly not because he had saved them, but because they were living. Not for duty, not for humans, but for themselves. And that was enough. He had not taught them to be free. He had simply stepped aside long enough for them to remember how. That night, 5 bodies circled around a fire. The wind off the ocean had lost its sting. The flames didn't rise high, but they were steady, bright enough to reflect in eyes that no longer wandered. Lucan sat in their midst, pretending to poke at the firewood, but really, he was listening to the breathing, to the soft scratch of nails on wood, to the tiny groan as Naira rested her head on Orin's back, and he didn't move away. No one had to teach them how to sleep indoors. No one called their names. No one whistled them home. They came back because they chose to. They lay close because they needed to. And in that small miracle of choice, Lucan understood. This place, with no commands, no sirens, no drills, was the first place they'd ever been allowed to be themselves. And for that reason alone, It was the only place worthy of beginning again. But not every wound leaves blood. Not every pain can be seen in sunlight. And not all survival is healing. Lucan began to understand this in the long hours after dusk, when the house fell into hush, when every creak of the floorboards felt amplified, when even the firelight seemed to pull back into its own thoughts, and all that remained was the sound of breath, the whisper of nails across wooden planks, and sleep that never fully settled. Gale was the first to fracture. Not during the day. Never then. When awake, he moved with eerie grace, footsteps light, gaze always resting just beyond the trees, as if holding a conversation with something no one else could hear. But at night, when the lights went out, when even the hearth was reduced to cinders, when the wind moaned through the tin roofing like a forgotten voice clawing at memory, Gale trembled. At first it was a shiver, then curled limbs, paws scratching the floor in a soft panic, ears folded back, teeth clenched, no barking, no howling, just a body fleeing, not toward, but away. Lucan never called his name. He simply moved beside him, sat close, placed one hand gently on the tightened shoulder blades. No pressure, no control, just presence, and strangely, impossibly, that was enough. The quaking subsided, and Gale, though never awake to notice, learned, slowly, deeply, that presence could be louder than any comfort spoken aloud. Riven never slept before Lucan. At first, Lucan believed it was instinct, some unspoken role of leadership, the strongest staying alert, the last to close their eyes, guarding the unseen doors of a house that never locked. But one night, Lucan faked sleep earlier than usual. He lay still, breathing shallow, eyes barely shut. Riven didn't rest. He paced, slow, silent. He circled the house, not out of restlessness, but vigilance. And when the others slept, he stood at the back porch, staring into the woods, the place where no one could hear a sigh. He didn't bark, but every time a foreign breeze rustled unfamiliar branches or a rodent snapped a twig under its tiny weight, Riven would rise, his whole form taut, a bow pulled and ready. Lucan understood. Some warriors, no matter how far from the battlefield, never really leave the war. Naira feared aircraft. Lucan discovered this on a winter morning when a rescue helicopter flew low across the hills to survey the flood-ravaged terrain, its rotors chopping through the sky with a mechanical growl not unfamiliar to those who had lived near the coast. But the very instant that sound pierced the silence, Naira flattened herself to the ground, every muscle trembling, her mouth shut tight without a bark, yet saliva spilled in thin streams from the corners of her lips. She fled beneath the bed, scratching, hissing, eyes wide with the kind of terror that didn't simply react to noise but relived it, as though every metallic rumble peeled back time and slammed her into 4 steel walls that had once screamed louder than she ever could. Lucan didn't follow. He simply sat on the porch, waited for the sound to pass, then opened the door to the room, lowered himself to the floor, and waited again. Waited until Naira edged her nose into the hallway. Not out of trust, but because exhaustion left her no other choice. He lifted his hand. She didn't lick it, didn't come closer. But at least, she didn't turn away. And that was enough for one day. Blitz never played alone. Lucan noticed this on a clear afternoon when he tossed a rubber ball into the yard. The faded orange sphere, slightly deflated, once used in K-9 training years ago. Blitz saw it. His eyes lit up, and he sprinted toward it, paws pounding the dirt, breath sharp with excitement. But after a few steps, he stopped, turned back. No one was running with him. No one was chasing. He stood there, still, watching. And then, abandoned the ball, walked back, lay down next to Oren. Lucan tried again. And again. Tossed the ball. Called his name. Whistled. But Blitz never gave chase, unless Naira or Gale or Riven ran too. It wasn't that Blitz didn't want to play. It was that he feared being left behind. In a world where running alone could mean electric shock, starvation, or simply never being let back inside, Blitz had learned something no creature should ever have to learn. That play was only safe if someone ran with you. And that kind of innocence, ripped out of the heart too early, doesn't come back easily. Lucan didn't try to fix them. He wasn't a therapist, he wasn't a vet, and he damn sure wasn't a hero. He was just a man with too many gunshots echoing in his memory to ever live comfortably in the roar of the modern world. But maybe because of that, he understood. Some wounds weren't meant to be healed. They just needed space to breathe. Night fell, and in the quiet of the wooden house, 6 souls lay close. No orders, no commands, no force. Riven still kept watch. Gale still dreamed. Naira still flinched whenever the wind roared against the roof. Blitz still curled against Oren's back. And Oren, still the silent wall holding them all, lay unmoving, unreactive, as though he had taken it upon himself to carry the stillness the others could not bear. Lucan didn't intervene. He simply lit a small lamp on the back porch. Not for light, but so that if, somewhere in their dreams, someone got lost, they'd know there was still a place waiting for them to come home to. That morning did not begin with birdsong, nor with the soft thump of Blitz's tail against the wall when he heard the door creak open, nor with the clinking of a spoon against a pot as Lucan stirred breakfast like he always did. That morning began with a knock, barely audible, as if even the sound itself feared it might shatter. He opened the door. There was no one there. Only a white envelope, unmarked, no name, no sender, no postal seal, as if it had slipped out of thin air or been left by a hand too used to hiding from light. Lucan picked it up, closed the door behind him. He didn't make a habit of opening letters quickly, but this time the skin of his palm went cold as steel. There was something in the weight, precise, deliberate, something in the way the paper brushed his skin that changed the rhythm of his breath. He opened it. Inside was a single photograph, grainy, distorted, color-worn like it had been taken with a dying thermal lens. A satellite image, shot from high above, the frame edges washed with glare where the sun caught the camera glass. In the center, dense jungle. Amid the foliage, faint rectangles, buildings, maybe, structured too cleanly to be natural, scattered like camouflaged barracks. And there, in a clearing beside a barbed wire fence, 5 small dots. Too small to identify. But to anyone who had trained with K9 units, who had once studied silhouettes through the blur of infrared scopes, who had learned to recognize outlines from the shadows they cast, it was unmistakable. Dogs. 5 of them. One lay on its side, as if restrained or held by the neck. Another stood, tail clamped down, head lowered. The remaining 3 stood in a circle around the others, a defensive shape, primal, instinctual, not trained but born into them. On the back of the photo, a single line, printed in slanted black ink, as cold as a handwritten sentence carved by a judge. They weren't abandoned. They were processed. Lucan sat still on the wooden chair, eyes locked on the photograph, hand gripping so tightly that the paper's edge curled like the spine of a blade. A breeze passed through the room, lifting the curtain in a gentle wave, making the floorboards groan with a sound like a tired breath. But he didn't hear it. He had already fallen back, into a part of his memory where even the wind could not reach. Handle it. The phrase was not unfamiliar to someone who had served in special operations. It was never vague, never gentle. It never simply meant resolve. It always meant erase. That night, while the dogs slept in a soft circle around the fireplace, bodies twitching now and then in dreams not yet released, Lucan sat at the table, spreading a map over the grainy wood like a soldier laying open an old wound. He marked every canine training site he'd ever known, official and otherwise. And then he stared at the photo again. The terrain didn't match any U.S. forest. The canopy was too thick, the leaves too dark, the treetops serrated like fangs, more jungle than woodland. It could have been Southeast Asia, could have been Central America, could have been one of those forgotten green chambers buried deep in the African continent. But it wasn't the foliage that chilled him. It was the faded GPS numbers printed in the bottom corner. The line was cut off, but not enough to hide its intent. The photo hadn't been sent randomly. It wasn't a memory. It was a warning, a whisper that something had not ended, that something was still happening. Riven lifted his head as Lucan stepped away from the desk. That look, quiet, watchful, but anchored to every movement, made Lucan feel like the dog saw the dark storm in him before he could name it. He sank to the floor beside Riven. No words, no questions. He turned the photo face down on the wood, then rested his hand on Riven's head, the head of a dog who had once led something far bigger than either of them fully understood. They weren't abandoned, Lucan whispered, not as a theory, but a promise. They were chosen never to return. In the nights that followed, when the wind howled through the pines, when the distant echoes of thunder rolled like artificial gunfire from the western range, military simulation exercises long since decommissioned, Lucan didn't sleep. He checked the locks, checked the cameras. He made 3 copies of the photo, each hidden in a separate location. Not because he feared discovery, but because he knew. This wasn't over. The photo wasn't an ending. It was an opening line, and the caption printed beneath it, cold, sharp, unassuming, was not a description. It was a declaration from a hand that was still alive, still watching, still guarding something the world wasn't meant to see. Lucan didn't know who had sent it, didn't know the purpose. But he knew this. People don't hide things unless those things once bled. And if truth was an arrow, then he was ready to take it, so long as when it landed, it pierced no one else but him. That night, Gale did not tremble. Blitz slept deeply. Orin breathed evenly. Naira curled against Riven like she had always belonged there. Lucan didn't light a lamp. He opened the back door instead, letting moonlight spill across the floorboards in quiet, silver waves, as if offering a path for every nightmare to find its way out. And in that moment, staring once more at the photograph, the edges soft now not from time but from the weight of memory pressing into pulp, he heard something. Not words, not a voice, just a presence that threaded through the forest, slipped past the doorframe, and exhaled beside the fire. It was so clear, so undeniable that his throat clenched before he could speak. Someone was still watching, and still waiting for him to step into the dark. He stayed seated on the back porch for a long time after that, eyes tracing the way moonlight glossed the grass in restless patches, one hand still gripping the photo that now curled slightly at the corners. Not from age, but because something within him had begun to bend, to blur, to change. The GPS numbers spun in his head like an old cipher, too deliberate to ignore, too damaged to trust. Coordinates that seemed to test the resolve of anyone who dared look at them too long. He didn't ask why, because the moment he chose to save them, he had forfeited the luxury of walking away. What remained now was a single question. Where does this go? And to find out, he would need to start again, from the map. He cleared a corner of his old workbench, long buried in dust and time, then unfolded topographic charts, high-altitude surveillance prints, and blurred, half-legible documents, copies of field reports he'd archived from his joint operations days. None of it lined up. No civilian map matched the terrain. No military atlas registered the layout. Even satellite databases came up blank, except for one detail: a black triangle. Faint, artificially smoothed, pixelated by an algorithm designed not to blur, but to erase. It was the kind of digital redaction used only in zones where visibility was forbidden. Places marked restricted display, either under federal blackout or buried in military-industrial contracts with too many zeros and too many secrets. Lucan leaned closer, and that's when he knew. He wasn't chasing shadows. He was looking at the place they were cast from. The coordinates led to a dense stretch of forest in the southern reaches of Chiapas, a border region in Mexico once recorded as a hotbed for arms trafficking. Yet since 2018, it had all but disappeared from media coverage, as if every sound from that place had been swallowed into an invisible vacuum where even echoes refused to return. Lucan combed through every layer of military operation licenses, scanned every leaked line from veteran forums, traced the faintest remnants of private contractor footprints, and at last he found it. Axiom Division. A name that sounded more like an algorithm than an entity, cold and stripped of humanity. Yet it echoed again and again across foreign arms contracts, defense budget footnotes shrouded in vague classifications, and nameless investment packages coursing through the opaque arteries of the off-grid military tech industry. Once, Axiom had been the biotech wing of the Nurex research conglomerate, pioneers in neural signal transmission devices, but sometime in 2014, it was quietly sold to an anonymous defense fund, and from that moment on, it vanished from the eyes and tongues of the public as though it had never existed. Until that photograph surfaced. Lucan pulled up a schematic, one he had kept since his time stationed at Al Udeid, a leaked blueprint of a high-level military animal training facility. The kennel systems were embedded deep underground, corridors sloped downward, bathed in perpetual darkness and silence, walls lined with acoustic dampening rubber. The animals were trained in complete sensory deprivation. No light, no sound, and most crucially, no emotional tether. Some handwritten annotation still clung to the lower margin: erase empathic response. Optimize predatory instinct. Eliminate fear via the surgical extraction of affection. Lucan exhaled, the breath too heavy to be relief. He looked down at the floor, where Riven slept, head resting gently across Orin's leg, where Blitz curled into himself, still clutching a half-chewed strip of wood between his teeth, where Gale lay near the door, not in deep sleep but no longer trembling, and where Naira had buried her face into the rug, her pose so peaceful it made him almost believe none of it was real. And it was because of that peace, that impossible, fragile peace, that he knew he could no longer pretend. He turned back to the screen, eyes fixed on the name now seared into the forefront of his mind. Axiom Division. A corporation that never made the news, a system with no spokesperson, a network without a headquarters, yet always behind the things no one wanted to see. And it was there, if what the photo revealed was true, that Project Nocturnal Bond had been born. 3 days later, Lucan received confirmation from an old friend in intelligence, long since retired to the silence of the Canadian North, but still holding the keys to certain encrypted military archives known only to those who had once walked through the unspoken corridors of black tier programs. The message came brief, reduced to a single sentence. Axiom backed at least 3 experimental war animal training projects between 2012 and 2021. The last, Nocturnal Bond, internally terminated in 2022 due to unexpected errors from uncontrolled attachment. Lucan froze. The words detonated quietly inside his skull. Errors from attachment. And then he understood. What they had called an error was exactly what had made them living beings. Not tools, not weapons, but souls, capable of love. That night, as he lit the oil lamp on the back porch, the one he used to leave burning for them, for the first time, Lucan realized something he had never named before. That light wasn't just to guide them home. It was there so he wouldn't lose his way. Once he stepped fully into the map of darkness now forming before him, a map that finally had shape and name and coordinates and players and purpose. Only one question remained. Would he have the courage to enter, knowing he might not come back out? Lucan had never been a man to place faith in things not held in his hands. But sometimes, truth doesn't arrive through files or footnotes. It comes through a person, carrying it like a wound too long hidden beneath the skin. That person's name was Elian Rowe, once a senior biotechnical specialist in neurobehavioral support systems for animal trial programs under Axiom Division. He didn't come forward. He didn't cry out. He simply left a coded fragment buried in an obscure foreign veterans forum, one accessible only to those who had once heard of Operation Echogate and could pass its security prompt. Lucan saw the code. He cracked it and sent back just a single line. They're still alive. 4 hours later, a reply arrived. No subject, no signature, no link. Only an audio file. A man's voice, hoarse, choked, dry as if it had been strangled by years of silence. Elian had been waiting for someone to ask. And Lucan was the first to come far enough to listen. The project was called Nocturnal Bond, initial phase, late 2017. Objective, create biologically tactical units capable of operating in low-visibility environments, requiring no command signals, showing no emotional reactions, particularly suited for nocturnal infiltration missions, with maximum lethality and zero traceability upon completion. Weapons that didn't wear uniforms, that couldn't be called soldiers, that required no signature, just the instinct to kill. Lucan sat still at the desk, the wind outside rustling through the treetops like whispers over a battlefield. But in his ears, there was only that voice, the solitary, confessional cadence of a man speaking into a void. They were separated at 5 weeks old. No human contact, no names, no cooing, no laughter. Every gentle reaction was labeled a mistake. Every sign of empathy, flagged as a system error. They were praised only when silent, when unflinching, when they showed no hesitation between a command and blood. They were trained to live like darkness, no sound, no reflection, no trace. Elian paused, and in the silence that followed, his breath came through, not as air, but as a knife sliding across the heart. I didn't think they'd remember. One night, the largest, designation 09-Delta, stepped between the technician and another dog, 09-Echo, when the behavioral control serum was administered. They bit back, not to kill, to protect. And that was the most catastrophic failure in the psychological architecture we thought we had perfected. Lucan froze. He knew the name. Delta. He had seen it, in the way Riven kept watch through the night, in the way his eyes followed every subtle shift in the others, in the way he stood, not ahead, not behind, but exactly where he needed to be, like a silent wall against chaos, Riven was Delta, and the names Lucan had given them. They weren't random. They weren't chosen unconsciously. They were fragments, pulled back from the ashes of what the world had tried to burn away. Elian's voice continued. The project didn't fail, technically. They were perfect, but they chose not to kill. They refused the final test. They tucked their ears when a child cried. They returned to each other after every forced separation. And on the last day, when the handle-it order was issued, they didn't run. They lay down, touching each other, heads resting on backs, eyes open, as if to say, if we're to disappear, then let it be together. Lucan didn't know when the tears began. He only knew that each detail Elian described was a reflection of nights he'd spent beside the dogs he once thought were just victims. But now he understood. They hadn't merely survived. They had refused to become what humans tried to forge them into. And in that refusal, they had become the first free beings in a world built for control. At the end of the recording, Elian said something else. Software uneven, like it had been swallowed 100 times before finally being spoken aloud. If you have them, don't try to fix them, because that flaw is the most beautiful thing they still carry. Lucan removed the headset, fists clenched, heart pounding. He looked across the room. Nira dozed near the pile of blankets. Blitz curled tightly against Oren's back. Gale rested near the window, eyes unmoving, watching moonlight filter through the glass. And Riven. Riven was still at the door, watching, guarding. No command had placed him there. No cue had instructed him. It was instinct, something that lived deeper than genetics, farther than any conditioning could reach. It was born of something Axiom could never program. Emotion. Lucan stood, took a pen, and wrote the first words on the cover of a notebook he had once meant to use as a log for rescue efforts. Nocturnal Bond, not a project, but a name, true and earned, of souls who had once chosen not to become monsters, and for that were worthy of being called family. And family, if it could begin anywhere, began for them in the one act most forbidden in all tactical training: love. On day 73, inside the training compound, a trial labeled Live Combat Phase 2 was enacted. Each dog was confined to a separate cell. Steel walls, soundproofed, cold metal floors, rations halved, water only dispensed upon command completion. At the center of the yard was an iron ring. That day, Blitz was the first one pushed in. Overhead, through a speaker that held no humanity, no tone, came only 3 words, repeated, again and again. Advance, attack. Advance, attack. Advance, attack. Another dog was released into the ring, Gale, not as a partner, but as an opponent. The test wasn't about skill. It was about whether instinct could be severed from memory, whether one would strike first when the threat was family. Blitz blinked, confused. Gale stood frozen. No handler held a leash. No human gaze offered guidance. Only the pressure of metal grinding and the programmed isolation of captivity. Blitz took one hesitant step. Gale retreated half a pace. No growls, no snarls, no lunge. The operator pressed a low-frequency sound pulse, one designed to overstimulate neural pathways, to provoke violence. The machines recorded tension, but no attack. Only this. Blitz paused, trembling, and Gale stepped forward, not to strike, but to shield. The system flagged an error. Lights blinked, reports flickered onto the console. Empathy index exceeds threshold. Recommend reclassification, Delta Echo to termination sector. The night before processing, all lights were cut from Corridor 4, the wing where the 5 were held, awaiting transfer. Destination marked Northern Zone, Anti-Piracy Simulation Range. But in truth, the manifest led nowhere. A ghost route. A container without return. The transport ship ran for 8 hours. No checks, no questions. When the container was dropped into the ocean, no one turned around. No one asked why, in the final surveillance footage. Not one of them resisted. Because they hadn't chosen fear. They had chosen each other. Lucan read the transcript again, hands trembling. The oil lamp flickered in the corner. Riven lay not far, eyes closed but ears still alert toward the porch. Gale and Blitz touched heads in their sleep. Oren had curled a paw just enough to shelter Nira's muzzle. A makeshift shelter built not from walls, but from stillness and shared breath. None of them had known, in that moment, that they'd been marked for erasure. They had only known one truth, something no machine could quantify. That love, even when buried beneath layers of programming and pain, remains the deepest root of any living soul. And if they had to vanish, then let that vanishing be a memory carved into time. We once loved. We were once loved. We chose love instead of violence. But not everyone wants that memory to live. Not everyone believes love belongs on the battlefield. And now, etched into the shadows of Lucan's wall, appeared the name of the man who once believed victory required no soul. Draven Call, Lucan sat in silence before the dossier Elian had just sent. Encrypted under a triple-layer protocol, its traces blurred by an algorithm once reserved solely for deep black operations, the kind of missions that never bore an official designation, that recorded no fatalities, that sent no letters of condolence, because their existence was never meant to be acknowledged at all. The first file contained only a line of text. Supreme Tactical Commander, Operation Radiant Fall. Responsible for the design of autonomous biological infiltration units. Codename, Decall. Lucan didn't need to read more, because there had only ever been one man who used that style of designation. And only one man who had once told him, on a freezing night in the hills of Harrier back in 2013, when their unit had just lost 3 soldiers in a miscalculated ambush. Emotion is a flaw. What survives on the battlefield is efficiency. Win first, apologize later, better than dying from hesitation. Draven Call, the man with a face so devoid of warmth that even the pain of those beneath his command was treated as numerical variance, had once been Lucan's direct commander. It was Call who had taught him how to pull the trigger before confirming whether the figure in his scope was truly an enemy. It was Call who had instilled into their unit what he called absolute survival thinking. And now, it was Call again, standing behind Axiom Division. Lucan reached for an old photograph tucked deep inside his notebook. It was one of the rare ones he had kept. Not because anyone in the image was worth remembering, but because the angle, the lens, had captured something that should never have been there. An expression. Among the rows of gray uniforms, metal helmets, and southern Kandahar's red sands, the eyes of Draven Call stared not at the camera, not at any soldier, not at anything specific, just off to the side, as if fixed on a place where conscience had long since been shelved and forgotten. Lucan remembered, back in Delta 6, when a mine detection dog named Skull was wounded during a mission, how it screamed under the sandstorm winds, and how the team stopped. Some knelt beside it, some blocked the wind. One soldier emptied his water ration to clean the wound. But one man, Call, remained still, then turned away. Not angry, not disturbed, just indifferent. The next day, Skull was gone. No medical report, no debrief. Only a single entry on the revised assignment board. Unit 09 has been replaced. No retention required. Now all the pieces returned. black-winged, circling in Lucan's mind like crows stirred from the edges of memory. The training system built to erase emotion. The combat tests pitched between members of the same pack. The severance from human language, from naming, from light. And finally, the container. It hadn't been an accident. It hadn't been bureaucratic oversight. It had been intentional. A designed disposal, cold, clinical, approved and signed by the very man who once taught him that love was the reason wars were lost. Lucan rose, not from rage, but because he felt cold, not the kind that comes from the night air, but the kind that seeps straight into the heart when you finally realize the one responsible for everything the souls sleeping beside him had endured was the same man who once placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Good work, Lucan. You shoot like a man with no heart." Outside, in the yard, Riven had stood up. No sound, no warning in the eyes, just an instinct, so deep, so ancient that Lucan knew without being told. They remembered too. They didn't need names. But they knew who the darkness was that had created them. Lucan knelt down, rested a hand on Riven's back. Just a light press, a message without voice, a pact without blood. "I know who he is, and if he's still watching, then he should know. We have names now, and we're not his anymore." That night's sky bore no moon, only stars, scattered and cold, sharp as needles stitching old wounds across the skin of memory. Lucan stepped back inside, opened the notebook, turned the page, and drew a circle. Inside it, no cages, no chains, only 5 small figures, curled close, back to back, just as they once had defied every line of code ever written to contain them. And beneath it, outside the circle, he wrote a name, no capitalization, no bold type, just silence, like a warning whispered through fog. Draven Call, the man who created darkness, and who would soon be forced to witness the light he had once tried to extinguish. Lucan closed the notebook at 3:17 a.m. The wind through the forest slipped beneath the eaves, brushing loose leaves against one another with the sound of secrets not yet spoken, but drawing near. He didn't sleep. Not because of insomnia, but because instinct, that 6th sense honed through every bullet not taken, was telling him, something isn't right. Gale was the first to rise. No growl, no bark, only a quiet halt at the door, ears pricked forward, one paw sliding back, slow and deliberate, as if waiting for an invisible presence to cross a threshold never meant to be breached. Blitz, half asleep, lifted his head. Riven didn't move, but his eyes opened. Not sharply, not directly. They moved through the corners of the room, scanning breath by breath, seeking not danger, but the absence of familiarity. Lucan rose. He didn't reach for a flashlight. In the grainy dark of the cabin, he walked with no haste. Not to check, but to confirm. Confirm that the thing which had trailed them for so long was no longer outside. It had come in. The back door, which led to the porch, hung slightly ajar. No wind, no creaking hinge, just metal worked loose, carefully, intentionally, precisely enough to allow a dark-clothed figure to slip in and leave without a trace, except for the message. Carved into the wooden wall beside the stove, right where the oil lamp's light never quite reached, was a line etched by something sharp. Not scratched, not shaken, each groove clean, cold, and deliberate, cut by a hand that had once slit throats without hesitation. "Return them. Next time, no warning." Lucan stood still. He didn't shake, but his breath was uneven, not from fear, but from a fury pressed tight beneath the weight of reason. He reached out and touched the grooves. No splinters, no haste, no blood left behind. Whoever did this had time, confidence, control. And that was the declaration of war. He turned. Riven was already beside him, eyes fixed on the door. Niera stepped down from the loft, her steps silent. Gale turned his head toward the tree line. Blitz pressed his ear to the floorboards. Oren stood at the gap between the living area and the sleeping quarters. No commands, no signals. They knew, because they had heard it too, because they remembered that breath. Lucan locked the door, not with a bolt, but by wrapping 3 loops of copper wire around the handle. Then he reached into the hearth, pulled char from the coals, and began drawing symbols around the frame. Old warning circles, passed down by Ethiopian soldiers who believed that interlocking loops could disorient anything without a soul. Not out of superstition, but to send a message. I no longer defend with guns, I defend with memory, and if you return, you'll have to walk through everything we survived. Before dawn, Lucan stepped into the backyard, dew still clinging to the grass. He scanned the path. No prints, no broken twigs, just a subtle indent in the soil near the old flower bed. A black bead, tactical grade, the kind used to fasten onto high-grade combat gloves, gleamed faintly in the grass. He picked it up, placed it into a wooden box beside the notebook. And beneath the name Draven Call, he wrote, "They don't just know who we're protecting. They know who we've become." That night, as the dogs slept together, the formation shifted. For the first time, Gale faced the door instead of turning away. Blitz lay pressed against Riven, not for warmth, but for grounding. Niera didn't curl inward. She stretched one leg out, partially covering Oren's side. And Oren, always the sentinel close to the floor, lifted his head toward Lucan, as if asking, "What now?" Lucan didn't answer. He reached into his coat, pulled out a single bullet he'd kept since his last deployment, a lead-core armor-piercing round. Not to fire, but to remind himself, if they come again, it won't be a warning, and if the darkness wants to reclaim what it once forged, then it will have to walk through what the light has chosen to protect. The morning began like any other, except for one truth. Nothing was ordinary anymore. Lucan was awake before the birds. No coffee, no radio, only paper and pen. He drew the layout of the cabin. Every entrance, every draft, every blind spot. Marked. Not as a home, but as a body. One that had to be defended, not with walls, but with intention. He didn't load his weapons, didn't check traps, didn't plant mines. Because this wasn't a battlefield. This was a sanctuary. And it needed to stay one. He sawed 2 new beams to reinforce the front door, mounted 3 passive infrared thermal sensors, disguised beneath old wind chimes along the porch's edge. Under the kitchen crawl space, he cleared a path, lining it with pine needles and breathable soil. It wasn't called an escape route. It was a breath space, a place where, if needed, life could find a slit in the dark wide enough to slip through. Lucan didn't teach them to attack, didn't bark commands, didn't set targets. He simply opened the back door, stepped out into the morning mist, knelt on the earth, and tapped the ground softly, then looked up at them. "We are not weapons. We don't prove worth through tears or blood. We only need to live, and let each other live." Riven stepped forward first, not bowing, not growling, just placed one paw on Lucan's forearm. Steady, deliberate. One by one. Niera, Blitz, Gale, Oren followed. No command, no line formation. They stood in a circle, back to back, eyes outward, fur brushing, breath shared. Lucan saw it clearly now. They didn't need to be trained to fight. They just needed permission to trust what had always been in them, that primal, silenced instinct. And this time, no one would have the power to take it away. He began training Blitz to respond to high-frequency tones, not to strike, but to pull the others toward shelter. He showed Gale how to trace unfamiliar metals, not to disable, but to know when danger had already stepped too close. He taught Oren how to brace himself against the door, not as a sentry meant to bar the way, but as a living threshold, a silent gate capable of shifting, yielding, or holding, depending on what the moment demanded. He entrusted Naira with the eyes of the pack, not because she was swift, but because she trusted her instincts more deeply than she ever trusted herself. And sometimes that was exactly what survival required. As for Riven, he taught him nothing, because Riven, from the very beginning to this very breath, had always been the night's sentinel. Never appointed, never asked, yet always awake. Every evening, Lucan walked the perimeter, checked every bolt, every door hinge, every link in the fence. Not out of fear, but to ensure he would never be caught unaware. Because he knew what once entered without leaving a trace could always return. But this time, they wouldn't find a cabin tucked away and exposed in the forest. They would find a heart wrapped in will. A place where beings once labeled tools had chosen to defend not with programming, but with instinct and love. Night fell. Lucan did not turn off the porch light, not to illuminate the dark, but to send a message. I know you're watching, but I'm watching back. Gale slept beside the door. Oren lay across the exit. Blitz rested his head on Riven's leg. And Naira, for the first time, didn't curl into a corner but stretched out in the center of the floor, right where the moonlight poured in through the cracked roof, as if to say, without a sound, she was done hiding. Lucan sat on the threshold, hand resting on the worn handle of an old knife. He didn't draw it. He didn't conceal it. He simply held it, like one holds a final breath, listening for the shift in the air. Before going to sleep, he scribbled a single line into the notebook. They don't need to become strong. They only need to be themselves. And that already is a strength no system can erase. The wind whispered through the roof slats. Not cold, but just enough to make Lucan's shoulders flinch. A subtle reflex passed down from every moment his body had once braced for pain he couldn't see coming. He lay on his side, left hand resting gently on Riven's back, still breathing steadily, no sudden twitches, no sharp flinches. Not like a creature guarding against noise, but like someone holding a quiet space inside themselves, for both of them. Lucan didn't turn on the light, didn't switch on the radio. He simply stared upward at the ceiling where the old paint peeled, where knots in the timber had shrunk with time, forming a map with no names, like the life he had once lived, drawn by someone else's hand, confined by choices that had never been his to make. And now, for the first time, he was choosing, not just the path, but the reason to take it. Riven shifted slightly. Lucan didn't move. Not out of fear of waking him, but because he needed to keep that rhythm close, needed that breath to speak for him. A reply to the question no one had asked all day. They had sent warnings. They had carved messages into walls. They had stood just beyond the edge of the property, waiting, perhaps, for a decision. Lucan knew. No one enters a fight like this with logic, and no one walks away with a whole heart. But he also knew there was one truth that made all the pain worth enduring. No one has the right to call them property again. No one. Not the government, not the military, not even me. He turned toward Riven, laying his head a little closer. Part habit, part vow. One not spoken aloud, but carved in the marrow of his being. I didn't pull you from the rust so you could be used again. I didn't lift you out of that box just to hand you back to the place that trained you to die without making a sound. I didn't look into those eyes, just to watch them be dimmed once more under the weight of something called a higher order. The ceiling remained still. The wind stirred the trees outside. The roof creaked gently. Gale shifted, her nose brushing against Oren's shoulder. Blitz curled tighter beneath the table, his eyes still cracked open just enough to see. Nira lay pressed against the door, same as she had each night for a week, not out of fear, but to be the first line if anything came. And in that silence, Lucan realized, none of them were dogs. They were children, not by blood, but by something deeper, by choice. I chose not to let you be forgotten, and you chose to trust me when nothing in this world gave you a reason to. There were moments he had asked himself, why didn't he turn them in? Why didn't he respond to the warnings? Why not hand them over to a shelter, a program, a non-military zone? But then, all it took was hearing Riven breathe. All it took was seeing Nira flinch when a helicopter passed overhead. All it took was the look in Blitz's eyes every time someone moved beyond the fence. Because no one was better suited to protect them than a man who had once known what it meant to be used like a tool, then discarded once his function ran out. Lucan sat up just before dawn. He woke no one. He turned on no lights. He wrote one final line in the notebook, not for himself, but for anyone who might one day find it, amid the rubble or beneath the ash. I was once a soldier. I once followed orders. I once believed loyalty was the highest truth. But then I learned there is something higher still, the courage to choose, even when you know you won't be forgiven. He taught Oren how to brace himself against the door, not as a sentry meant to bar the way, but as a living threshold, a silent gate capable of shifting, yielding, or holding, depending on what the moment demanded. He entrusted Nira with the eyes of the pack, not because she was swift, but because she trusted her instincts more deeply than she ever trusted herself. And sometimes that was exactly what survival required. As for Riven, he taught him nothing, because Riven, from the very beginning to this very breath, had always been the night's sentinel, never appointed, never asked, yet always awake. Every evening, Lucan walked the perimeter, checked every bolt, every door hinge, every link in the fence, not out of fear, but to ensure he would never be caught unaware. Because he knew, what once entered without leaving a trace could always return. But this time, they wouldn't find a cabin tucked away and exposed in the forest. They would find a heart wrapped in will. A place where beings once labeled tools had chosen to defend not with programming, but with instinct and love. Night fell. Lucan did not turn off the porch light, not to illuminate the dark, but to send a message. I know you're watching, but I'm watching back. Gale slept beside the door. Oren lay across the exit. Blitz rested his head on Riven's leg. And Nira, for the first time, didn't curl into a corner but stretched out in the center of the floor, right where the moonlight poured in through the cracked roof, as if to say, without a sound, she was done hiding. Lucan sat on the threshold, hand resting on the worn handle of an old knife. He didn't draw it. He didn't conceal it. He simply held it, like one holds a final breath, listening for the shift in the air. Before going to sleep, he scribbled a single line into the notebook. They don't need to become strong. They only need to be themselves, and that, already, is a strength no system can erase. The wind whispered through the roof slats, not cold, but just enough to make Lucan's shoulders flinch, a subtle reflex passed down from every moment his body had once braced for pain he couldn't see coming. He lay on his side, left hand resting gently on Riven's back, still breathing steadily, no sudden twitches, no sharp flinches. Not like a creature guarding against noise, but like someone holding a quiet space inside themselves, for both of them. Lucan didn't turn on the light, didn't switch on the radio. He simply stared upward at the ceiling where the old paint peeled, where knots in the timber had shrunk with time, forming a map with no names, like the life he had once lived, drawn by someone else's hand, confined by choices that had never been his to make. And now, for the first time, he was choosing. Not just the path, but the reason to take it. Riven shifted slightly. Lucan didn't move, not out of fear of waking him, but because he needed to keep that rhythm close, needed that breath to speak for him. A reply to the question no one had asked all day. They had sent warnings. They had carved messages into walls. They had stood just beyond the edge of the property, waiting, perhaps, for a decision. Lucan knew. No one enters a fight like this with logic, and no one walks away with a whole heart. But he also knew there was one truth that made all the pain worth enduring. No one has the right to call them property again. No one, not the government, not the military, not even me. He turned toward Riven, laying his head a little closer. Part habit, part vow. One not spoken aloud, but carved in the marrow of his being. I didn't pull you from the rust so you could be used again. I didn't lift you out of that box just to hand you back to the place that trained you to die without making a sound. I didn't look into those eyes just to watch them be dimmed once more under the weight of something called a higher order. The ceiling remained still. The wind stirred the trees outside. The roof creaked gently. Gale shifted, her nose brushing against Oren's shoulder. Blitz curled tighter beneath the table. His eyes still cracked open, just enough to see. Naira lay pressed against the door, same as she had each night for a week, not out of fear, but to be the first line if anything came. And in that silence, Lucan realized, none of them were dogs. They were children, not by blood, but by something deeper, by choice. I chose not to let you be forgotten, and you chose to trust me when nothing in this world gave you a reason to. There were moments he had asked himself, why didn't he turn them in? Why didn't he respond to the warnings? Why not hand them over to a shelter, a program, a non-military zone? But then, all it took was hearing Riven breathe. All it took was seeing Naira flinch when a helicopter passed overhead. All it took was the look in Blitz's eyes every time someone moved beyond the fence, because no one was better suited to protect them than a man who had once known what it meant to be used like a tool, then discarded once his function ran out. Lucan sat up just before dawn. He woke no one. He turned on no lights. He wrote one final line in the notebook, not for himself, but for anyone who might one day find it, amid the rubble or beneath the ash. I was once a soldier. I once followed orders. I once believed loyalty was the highest truth. But then I learned there is something higher still, the courage to choose, even when you know you won't be forgiven. When Lucan closed the notebook, Riven lifted his head and touched his nose gently to the inside of Lucan's wrist. No lick, no whimper, just a touch, barely there, like a quiet thank you that no being ever trained to suppress emotion could have uttered aloud. Lucan smiled. Not with sound. Just closed his eyes, leaned back, and whispered, "Sleep, son. Tomorrow. We've still got work to do." But when morning arrived, he wasn't the man who rose to patch a rusted roof, refill Blitz's water bowl, or carefully brush the burrs from between Oren's toes after their run. He woke with something else in his hand. A file, no envelope, no title. Just a flash drive, clipped to a folded sheet of paper. One sentence. If you stay silent, they won't be the last. The data wasn't encrypted like before, almost as if the sender wanted him to see it, wanted him to know, wanted him incapable of turning away. A cascade of satellite images began to appear. Not Arlo, not the coast where the container had once floated, but a remote stretch buried deep in the Andes, abandoned years ago due to earthquakes, now revitalized under the pretext of agricultural development. But infrared imaging doesn't lie. Beneath the soil, a network of piping, steel kennels, isolated corridors, cages, each just large enough for a single body, each fitted with a tracking chip, each equipped with sleep monitoring sensors. Lucan hadn't yet clicked to change the view when the video launched itself. No pause, no controls, just a single playback. Project Nocturnal Bond did not fail. It is being restructured. Emotion can now be suppressed via wave interference. Willpower can be rewritten by modulating serotonin levels. The old has been discarded. The new is en route. A man's voice, neutral, accentless, but carrying the chilling precision of someone who viewed living creatures as raw materials to be upgraded. Lucan sat frozen, his hand slipping from the mouse, his eyes locked on the final line, engraved in bold at the bottom of the document. Initial deployment, 128 units. Each unit equals one subject, no names, no original tags. He closed the laptop, slowly, carefully, as if he were only shutting a book. No shouting, no slamming fists, no scream, just silence, and his hand on Riven's back, still warm beside him, still drowsy. And then a whisper, so low it barely passed through breath. No, not again. He understood now. The choice was no longer between stillness and movement, because silence was complicity, and speaking out was sacrifice. If he exposed the truth, if he released the files, if he spoke, wrote, testified, the world would see, the headlines would run, human rights groups would rally, lawyers, investigations, global pressure, Axiom Division would be forced to retreat. But at what cost? They would come for him, not with warnings, but with action. They would not misstep. They would not miss. They would not stop until the dogs beside him were erased not as bodies, but as threats to a model that could not tolerate soul. He looked toward the door. Naira lay near it, not fully awake, but her ears twitched, subtle, instinctual, already sensing that something within the man beside her had shifted. Blitz stirred, raised his head. No confusion, no fear. Just waiting. Gale was already awake. Orin lay still but not unaware, giving space for thought, and Riven hadn't moved, but his eyes were open. Staring, unblinking, straight at Lucan, as if asking, "Decide. We don't run. But we need to know. Are you willing to lose us, to save the ones who don't even have names yet?" Lucan turned his face away, not from guilt, but because the greatest pain always arrives when one must choose between what's right and what can never be undone. He stepped onto the porch. The morning wind didn't stir. The sky didn't shift. Everything was frozen, caught in the stillness that only comes before something is about to break. He reached beneath the bench, drew out a small stack of blank pages, and wrote the title, Testimony, not for the law, but for the lives that can never write their own. Then, beneath it, My name is Lucan Thorne, and I choose silence no longer. No one prompted him. No one asked. No promise of safety. No guarantee they'd survive. But if a pack of dogs, once taught that emotion was a flaw, could still curl into one another at night, could still share their food, could still lift their heads to look into the eyes of a man who once vowed never to love again. Then how could he, now, turn away, just because love was fragile? Lucan sat still before the darkened screen, fingers resting lightly on the page he had just signed. No trembling, no hesitation. Just one truth echoing like a pulse. From this point forward, there is no return. Outside, the night in Arlo held no wind, no snapping branches, no owls, just that unnatural silence, the kind that makes even the trees feel like they're holding their breath. At exactly 003, the phone rang. No name, no number. Just one phrase blinking on the screen. Unknown origin. Lucan wasn't surprised. He answered. Didn't put it on speaker, didn't speak first. And on the other end, as if they too understood the rules of this silence, no one said a word. The voice came through, not rushed, not drawn out, just cold enough to leave a trace like ice across the spine. So in the end, you still chose instinct over system. I once believed you understood. What makes humanity win isn't compassion, but the ability to erase it. Lucan didn't answer. He leaned back in the chair, eyes drifting towards the floor where Riven lay pressed close, his gaze steady, unwavering, fixed forward like a compass that no longer needed calibration. The voice continued. You're a soldier. You were trained to understand. Emotion is the breakdown of strategy. And me, I don't need someone who understands me. I need someone who obeys. And you chose wrong. Lucan raised a hand to his temple, closed his eyes for a brief second, then opened them again, as though he had just laid to rest a memory too heavy to carry through the night. Then he spoke, not interrupting, not trembling, not unsure. The dogs I saved, did you ever call any of them by name? Silence crackled for a few seconds. Then the reply came, as if the question had been absurd to begin with. I addressed them by function. Unit 04 was pursuit. Unit 07, silent elimination. Unit 09 had high-speed approach metrics, weak under high-noise environments. Lucan nodded. Not in agreement, but in confirmation. Then that's why you'll never understand why I said no. Because I didn't save units. I saved Gale, I saved Blitz, I saved Naira, I saved Orin, and I saved Riven, the first one who chose to trust me, with no reason required. The voice on the other end shifted. Not anger, not frustration, but a kind of momentary inconvenience, as if suddenly forced to recognize something that disrupted the flow of command. They don't belong to you, Lucan. They are outcomes, investments, tools I paid to train, to code, to create. You're a relic. I have the whole system, and they are my assets. Lucan let out a soft laugh. Not a mocking one, but the kind of laugh worn by someone who once believed in the sanctity of power, only to watch it collapse in the dirt of Afghanistan, where no briefing, no rank, no order could bring back the body breathing beside you. Then he answered, slowly, every word honed like steel. I used to belong to the system. I wore the uniform. I stood straight in strategic meetings. I listened to men like you recite doctrines about national security and the necessity of control. But there's one thing you can't control, one thing that ruins your math, the reason a starving, shocked, caged animal still licks the hand that first gives it water. Silence. Then a final line came through. Not screamed, not threatened, just clean and sharp, like a blade. If you won't return them, I'll come take them. The line went dead. No beep. No goodbye. Lucan set the phone down, not clenched, not thrown, just placed it there, steady. He didn't turn toward Riven. He didn't need to. Riven was already on his feet. Blitz had raised his head. Naira was stepping onto the porch. Gale nudged Orin's shoulder, rousing him. No names had been called, but they had all heard. Lucan stepped down the porch, eyes sweeping across the tree line where darkness thickened just beyond the fence. The wind had shifted. Gone was the familiar scent of Arlo's pine, replaced by something foreign, not quite human, not quite animal. An odor born from sealed armories and unmarked crates, cold metal, damp nylon, and sweat masked by military-grade deodorants. Blitz left his post. No growl, no bark, just a slow, silent move toward the far corner of the fence, near the old corn patch, where Lucan had buried a narrow strip of wire to detect movement. The sound it made was barely there, just a faint click, softer than breath. But it rang like a bell in the instincts of creatures who had once been taught to forget their instincts. Orin turned, moving to block the back entrance. He didn't move again. Didn't need to. He stood, silent, unmoving, a wall of flesh and will. Gale stepped into the dark, like a shadow peeling away from its source. No sound, no breath, only purpose. Lucan moved back inside, didn't turn on the light. Riven followed, not to protect, but to remind him. From this point forward, every step was taken together. No one ahead, no one left behind. The first sound came at 1:41 a.m. Not a door, not shattered glass, but an inhale. Sharp, rushed, the startled breath of someone who realized they'd been spotted too soon. And in that instant, Blitz launched. No hesitation, no signal. His speed wasn't meant to strike. It was meant to reveal. And in 1.7 seconds, a dull thud hit the soil. A body fell. Gale followed. No roar, no snarl, just a silent blur. Then a snap of teeth sinking deep. Not into the throat, but into the wrist. The one holding the weapon. Metal clattered to the ground. A breath caught. Then silence. Lucan opened the side door, red flashlight on diffused beam, just enough to see two bodies lying still, pulse intact. Not dead. Alive. To remember that this was not a training ground. This was home. The static crackle of a radio came from one man's headset. Side path compromised. North team non-responsive. K-unit neutralized. East withdrawing. Repeat, withdraw. Lucan's hand brushed the holster. But he didn't draw. He didn't need to. Because what echoed through those comms wasn't gunfire. It was silence. The silence of living souls once trained not to love, now fighting because they loved. But one attacker didn't withdraw. One crawled, not upright, low, through the dry trench, like a shadow with purpose. Naira saw him first. She didn't bark. She raised a paw, tapped the door, 3 times. Lucan understood. He lit the porch light, switched it to steady amber. Not to see, but to signal. Target entering 6-meter range. Riven stepped forward to the fence line, stood still, unmoving. The intruder didn't know he'd been seen 6 minutes earlier. Didn't know Naira was leading him. Didn't know the darkest corner was where dogs saw clearest. Didn't know Gale waited just beyond the dew-pressed grass, still as the night. The man rose, knife in hand, stepped toward the porch. Before he reached the steps, Gale struck. A glide, a bite to the knee, a throw to the ground. Riven was there before the blade could rise, clamped the wrist. No pressure, just a hold. Lucan stepped forward, gun still holstered, bent, took the radio from the intruder's belt. Pressed transmit. This is Lucan Thorne. This is where I live. They are no longer assets. Every step you take from here, is a step away from humanity. I won't say it again. The lights had been turned off, the wind had returned, and the faint scent of blood dissolved quietly into the fog. Oren resumed his place, just at the edge of the kitchen door. Nira slipped back beneath the blanket. Gale remained on the porch, as if he'd never left. Blitz curled beneath the table, his body a silent guard. And Riven rested his chin on Lucan's leg, not looking up, not needing to. Not anymore. And at exactly 2:15 a.m., when the house had fallen into stillness, Lucan stepped outside, pulled from beneath the table a knife with a worn leather handle, and carved into the wooden frame of the porch. First midnight. We didn't stay awake because of fear. We stayed awake to keep safe a place that no one else had the courage to steal back. Each stroke of the blade made the wood groan softly. It was a small sound, but in the silence of the forest night, it echoed like a manifesto not meant to be heard, but impossible to forget. Lucan set the knife down. He sat on the steps, not because he was tired, but because he needed to see, to truly witness, each gaze, each breath, each posture that signaled something far beyond instinct. Loyalty. Blitz lay on his side, a blade of grass stuck to his lip, eyes locked toward the outer fence. Gale still held his post, unchanged, unwavering, communicating with the dark, not through noise, but presence. Oren stood guard at the door, not commanded, not prompted. But Lucan knew. If anything crossed that threshold again, Oren would be the first to take it head on. Naira stretched out against the wood, thin but immovable, like a curtain of breath that could not be swayed when it stood for someone she loved. And Riven, his chin unmoved from Lucan's knee, eyes open, still, as if willing himself to be an anchor just in case everything else vanished in the blink of an eye. Lucan exhaled. Not from exhaustion, but from something stranger. Something he'd never felt in Kandahar or in the ice-locked zones of northern Iceland during the winter extraction campaigns. A sense of belonging, not because of uniform, not because of rank, not because of duty, but because he had chosen to stay. And when the first light touched the slope behind the cabin, Lucan stood. He didn't call, but all five rose from their positions, at once. They didn't run, didn't rush. They simply moved, closer, as if their steps shared a single heartbeat. Lucan entered the old storage shed, pulled out the map he'd kept pressed beneath a mildew-resistant mat. On it, red lines, dots, routes, locations where satellite feedback hinted at new axiom testing zones. There were breaks, arrows, distances measured in time to arrival. Not to attack, but to deliver truth. He laid the map on the table beneath the porch eaves, and the five of them surrounded it, without gesture, without command. Blitz lay first, his chest against the edge of the page. Naira circled left, settling at the corner. Gale slid beneath the table. Oren took post behind Lucan, back turned outward, and Riven stood between them, not leading, not directing, but linking. Lucan stared at that formation, and for the first time since leaving the service, he saw a unit. No call signs, no hierarchy, no chain of command. They covered each other. They retreated when necessary. They advanced only when they had to. They protected the weak, even when they themselves were not yet healed. And more than anything, they did it not out of obedience, but out of feeling. The night before, when the intruder fell beneath Gale's claws, Lucan had seen how Blitz darted in not to strike, but to block the enemy's surveillance camera with his body. He'd seen Naira clamp her teeth on the last man's knife hand. Not deep, not lethal, just enough to keep him breathing, so the line wouldn't be crossed. He'd seen Oren wrap himself around Blitz like armor, even though he could have rushed out. He stayed, because someone always needed a shield. And he'd seen Riven lock eyes with the man, not barking, not flinching, just looking, long enough for the man to remember. "I remember you. You made me bark for food, but I won't kill you, because I'm not what you made me to be." Lucan sat down among them. He placed his hand on Riven's back, then one by one, on each of them, not to command, not to check, but simply to affirm, "You're family. You're my unit. You're the only souls who've ever taught me that trust isn't built by those who issue orders, but by those who stay when nothing binds them." That afternoon, as sunlight fell through the trees, Lucan added a line to his journal. "Today, it's no longer me and 5 dogs. It's a unit, a group of beings stripped of memory, but who still remember how to keep each other alive. Not because they were taught, but because once they lost one another." And beneath it, he wrote a single name. Nocturnal bond, not a project, but a living memory. And from that day on, when people asked Lucan, "Do they follow orders?" he would simply smile and say the same thing every time. "No, they follow their hearts." That morning there was no sunlight, no rain either, just a pale ash-colored hue across the mountainside, like the sky was trying to hold on to something that hadn't fallen yet. No one spoke, no one planned, but every soul in that wooden house, from Lucan to Blitz, felt the same thing. Someone is coming back today. Riven stood watch at the door. Orin patrolled the rear. Nira lay beside the entrance, but her head always angled toward the gate. Gale had vanished, not hiding but merging, like instinct coated in silence. Blitz didn't move. He just sat beside Lucan, like a question placed next to a truth no one dared speak. Lucan cleaned the old gun, his M1911, the one that had saved him during the Eastern ambush in Ramadi. Not to fire it, but to remind himself, sometimes it's not a weapon that saves you, it's someone's gaze, strong enough to make you want to come back. And then it came, the sound of tires, soft, unhurried, not panicked, not cautious, but the kind of sound made by someone who knew they didn't have to rush, because the system had already made the rest of the world stop moving. The black, armored SUV glided across the dirt road, its matte surface swallowing what little light broke through the canopy until it rolled to a slow halt in front of the fence. No horn, no intercom. No one stepped out to open the door. It wasn't until the rear door clicked and swung open, slowly, deliberately, like a memory playing in slow motion, that Lucan rose to his feet. Draven Call emerged, still wearing that ash-colored coat, still carrying a posture that was neither hunched with guilt nor proud with righteousness, but balanced in that terrifying in-between space reserved for men who had stood behind countless deaths, yet had never once bowed to anything that resembled regret. They stood face to face, across the gravel-strewn yard where Lucan had once tried to grow grass but failed, the soil too stubborn or too scarred to give in. No greeting, no name spoken aloud, no "How have you been?" Just a stare, longer than necessary, long enough to stir back everything neither of them had ever truly buried. Draven asked no questions. He didn't need to. He took one step forward, his boot sinking slightly into the crushed stone beneath, a sound soft but cold, before stopping precisely 9 steps away from Lucan. And then he spoke, in that same deep, deliberate voice, the kind that had once read mission briefings like death sentences. "You took something that wasn't yours. You really believe emotion makes them stronger? They're tools, built to do one thing: comply. No questions, no rights, no love. They're software, slotted into flesh, programmed to kill on command." Lucan didn't move. The wind blew gently from behind him, carrying with it the charred scent of old wood smoke from the long dead stove, weaving itself into the words he was about to release, like a final breath drawn from something once known as the past. His voice came low, almost like remembering a story no one else had ever been told. "Do you know why I was chosen to lead the first K-9 squad?" Draven raised an eyebrow, didn't reply. Just waited. Lucan continued, measured, steady, unshaken. "Because I was the only one in the unit willing to sit beside a PTSD-stricken dog. I didn't wait for it to get better before coming close. I came close so it would know. It didn't need to be better to deserve someone sitting next to it." Riven stepped out of the shadow, stood behind Lucan, not close, not touching, but just near enough that if a hand were raised, it would touch him first. Oren moved to the fence. Blitz sat pressed against Lucan's left leg. Gale was nowhere to be seen. Naira had already looped behind Draven, silent as mist, locking the path from behind. Draven didn't turn. He simply smiled, not with scorn, but as if a puzzle had just solved itself in his mind. "They're still tools." Lucan didn't answer right away. He stepped forward once, gaze fixed on the man who had once taught him how to take a life with bare hands, and who now trembled just slightly along the spine, though he would never admit it. Then Lucan tilted his head ever so slightly, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smile so thin it almost disappeared, just enough to let his words pass through like a blade. "Then why did you lose to tools?" The wind stilled, no leaves stirred. Only the gaze of 5 creatures, anchored on a single man, as if every scar on their bodies were whispering together. "We were not born to win. We were born to be loved. And because of that, no one takes us back." Draven said nothing. He turned and walked away, slowly, not retreating but withdrawing, like an animal surrounded, still believing there was an exit. But there was no exit, because the only door that had ever led back to humanity was the one he had burned long ago. Lucan didn't watch him go. He bent down, ran a gentle hand over Riven's head. "Now, we begin for real." Draven Call was apprehended the moment he crossed the outer road leading into the Arlo Valley zone. There were no sirens, no warrant read aloud, no handcuffs. Just a man, in plain clothes, badge of the International Biotech Oversight Commission hanging from his chest, standing there as if he had always known the moment would come when justice no longer required a gun to speak. Lucan didn't appear. He let the law do what it had been born to do. Not revenge, not in the name of pain. Just a reminder that no matter how many programs were written to erase memory, there would always be one place beyond their reach, the memory held in trust. The press called it the Nocturnal Case. Social media ignited with the hashtag #Nocturnal Bond. People shared a single video, Riven resting a paw on Lucan's arm during the hearing. A simple image, but it spread like a roar from souls who had never been given the right to speak. The United Biotech Entity Commission declared officially, "The 5 post-trained genetic entities involved in Project Nocturnal Bond shall not be retrieved, shall not be quarantined, and shall not be repurposed." One line, within a statement dozens of pages long, made the entire chamber erupt. They are no longer assets. They are living beings, with the right to be free. Lucan stood at the back porch, gazing out toward the mountains, their peaks shrouded in pale mist. He didn't cry, but his hand clenched slightly when he saw Blitz rise up, press his muzzle against the wooden wall where someone, long ago, had etched a message with a worn knife. "First midnight. We didn't sleep. not because we feared, but because we chose to guard a place no one dared steal again. That night, Naira slept near the kitchen, where the first summons letter had once been dropped. Gale, for the first time, stood watch beside Orin. No one told them to. No one called. They just knew. The world knew now. But that didn't mean the world had changed. Riven still lay next to Lucan, like a sentence not yet ended. No bark, no whine. Just breath, slow and steady, like something learning at last how to live without being afraid to exist. Lucan's fingers traced the faint scar along Riven's neck, where the old control implant had once been, and whispered, "No one was born to live in a cage, least of all you, who once chose love over command." By morning, the news had swept across the globe. Draven Call was officially under investigation for breach of ethical boundaries in military-grade biological experimentation. All Axiom Project files were seized. Several senior members petitioned for testimony in exchange for witness protection, and in one small line, buried at the end of the article, printed in italics, was this: "And the survivors are now living like a real family in a small wooden cabin by the forest where there are no gunshots anymore, only the sound of Paws running between the trees." Lucan folded the paper. He didn't say a word. He poured water, set it down for Gale, then ran a hand over Blitz's head. The rest were already outside. They weren't waiting for the past. They weren't afraid of the future. They were living. And for the first time since stepping onto this land, Lucan carved another line just below the first, not with a blade, not with a nail, but with ink, red, pressed from his own hand, so it would never fade. No one belongs in a cage, and if any place is to be called home, then it must be large enough to hold even the things once deemed defective. 1 year to the day since that first night, they chose not to sleep. Not out of fear, but to protect the quiet they had finally earned. 1 year since Blitz rested at his feet, when breath still trembled as if even air might shatter. Now, on the southern shores of Arlo, a stretch of sand with no fences, no boundaries between wind and soul, between sky and the dogs once branded tools, they played. Gale ran. Slowly, but he ran. No more hunched shoulders, no more cautious glances, as if expecting reprimand from a world that no longer had a voice over him. He plunged his face into the tide, barking low, and in the pale silver of the moonlight, Lucan saw it clearly, a once silent creature, now learning how to make new sounds of his own. Blitz spun, leapt, kicked up trails of white sand behind him, as if every paw print was a letter, every sprint a sentence, writing stories not meant to be read, only to be allowed. Orin, the quiet wall, followed slowly, never straying far. Each time Naira dashed too close to the edge where soft dunes slipped toward jagged reef, Orin placed himself in the way, not trained, not ordered, but because they had once been torn apart, and he would never let that happen again. Riven lifted his face to the moon, staring unblinking. Lucan stepped beside him. Didn't speak, didn't interrupt. They stood that way, man and dog, long enough for waves to drag across their feet, long enough for time itself to hold still. And in that silence, as if the moon bent closer to listen, Lucan felt it, a vow unspoken, not born of gratitude, but of trust freely given, no proof required. Lucan returned home before the others. He stoked the fire, brewed ginger tea, then pulled down a ladder and climbed to the attic, a space he hadn't touched in years. One wall remained bare, a smooth plane of wood, untouched, as if it had waited for a sentence soft enough to close something, not a story, but the journey of wounds learning how to heal. He wrote it by hand, slow strokes, like each letter was being pressed into skin. Bond doesn't require training, it only needs to be chosen. That night the pack returned late. Sand clung to their fur, salt water clung to their backs. Lucan didn't scold, didn't call. He simply opened the wide door, and each one walked past him, brushing gently against his fingers. A ritual never taught, but always remembered. Not from duty, but from memory. Riven settled beside the fire. Blitz curled beneath the table. Oren took his place near the door, facing the woods. Gale pressed his cheek against Naira. And for the first time since arriving, they didn't post a watch. No one stood guard. No one scanned the dark. Because at last, the night was no longer a place to survive, but a place to rest. Lucan folded an old shirt, removed the name tag from his keychain, laid it beside the map he'd once used to chase down Axiom's coordinates. He didn't need it anymore. The world knew now, and if one day it forgot, there would still be a pack of dogs on a moonlit beach to remind it. Not with barking, but in the way they looked at one another, touched one another, and stayed. And if someone were to ask him, "Why did you keep them? Why didn't you hand them over to the authorities?" Lucan wouldn't say much. He'd just smile, glance at Riven's eyes, and repeat the only truth he'd ever believed since the day he opened that steel container adrift at sea. Because they chose to stay, even after being taught that love was forbidden. And so, beneath the moon, on a beach with no name, a story once born from a fracture in the ocean didn't end. It turned a page, a chapter where no one is called a tool, where no one is trained to forget themselves, and no one ever again has to die, just to prove they were worth keeping.